Ooh, cha. Ooh, cha. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Ooh, cha. Ooh, cha. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Ooh, cha. Ooh, cha. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Hey, Judy. Hey, Bernice. Hey, Cam Kalaki. Okay, you can hear me. Thank you for telling me that Scam Alaki. I hope I said that right. Hey, Eyes on the Prize. Hey, Sparkles. Hey, the Bushes. How y'all doing this morning? Okay, thanks for letting me know you can hear me. Hey, Zero Likeness. Hey, Count Me. Child. It's been a lot of bullshitting going on in both the sectors. I named this video. Ooh, child. All I could do was shake my head. You hear me? All I could do was shake my head. That's it. You said it right. I did. Okay. Hey, Dakaya. Child, I'm messing these names up. Hey, Liz. I can't say that either. Liz, Lavino. Oh my God, I'm messing these names up this morning. I'm with that bullshit in it. Okay. Um, it's a lot been going on since the last time I talked to you guys. Let me get my notes up. Okay. We're gonna get right into this, okay? I'm gonna try to make sure I get all of the information out to you guys up that I've been looking at around on these streets. I know I missed some stuff though, y'all. I can't see everything. I'm doing the best I can do, child. I'm going to work on this thing ain't moving. Alrighty. It's moving now. Okay, now the first thing I'm gonna talk about is Diddy's release date. It has been moved up again, okay? Since his trial, it's been moved a couple of times. At the beginning, when he got sentenced to prison, his release date was June 4th, 2028, and then it was changed to April 25th, 2028. Then it was changed to February 23rd, 2028, and now he's scheduled to be released January 24th, 2008. Now, what I'm thinking, but I might be wrong, but this is just me. I'm thinking like they adjust it every so many months. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking if you got good behavior or whatever, because it look like every few months they recalculate it. So that's what I'm thinking. So I'll keep my eye on that. And they said that he had a fight uh in prison about a week ago, maybe 2 weeks, and he got thrown in the hole. Well, this uh you know, by him having that fight, that didn't have nothing to do with his date getting moved up. It didn't affect it. So kudos, it is what it is. Okay, now I'm through with that kind of news. Okay, now I'm getting ready to get to this beef sector bullshit. Now they're gonna have a lunchable challenge. I think Ness is gonna be over it. Um, Turning a lunchable into a gourmet meal. Um, it's August the 18th, and they're having an after party at Dragons because you know her birthday coming up, and her birthday and Lemon birthday is the same day. Now they were supposed to be getting together having a party or some child, and some kind of way Miss slid in there, and she said that she wanted to host um dragon party, and it's just it's just a mess. You know what I'm saying? But I got into that little storyline just a little bit. It's always a debacle when Dragon have some because people jump in it and yeah, I'm gonna help you. No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. And Lemon got in his feelings a little bit, and he was saying, "Well, feel good. Forget it. He want to do his own party, and I don't know if Dragon gonna run live. Now he took a couple of days off. I think he was supposed to be off for about 10 days, but of course he didn't make it all those days. He came back early. Um, and I was hollering. Lemon was like speechless. He wasn't expecting it. Okay, cause Rico, honey, he jumped off the top ring on on Lemon. I fast. I red balled it. Um, his show was the same as it always is. People go up there, you cuss them out, they get down, all that kind of stuff. So that's the same thing that's been going on. Now, one night they were on Lemons, it was Dragon, Lemon, Slapper, Noble was up there, and they was doing freestyle. And I thought it was fun, they was having a good time, just winging it, rapping and stuff. Um, I like that, but Dragon, she started rapping, and she was caught saying something about bitches and all this stuff. Which the rappers, that's what they be caught saying stuff about bitches and hoes and everything else. Well, Terry Peak hit the link, and she was up there, Dragon. Uh, you don't need to be saying all them bees and all of this and holes and stuff like that. And Dragon was saying, well, what am I doing? Me and Lemon talked about it. We was gonna freestyle tonight. He texts me and I text him. What's the problem? And Terry kept on trying to explain to her what Terry P felt like the problem was. And Dragon was like, I don't get it. I thought I was doing good because Lemon had, wanted me to come up here and be on the panel. We was gonna kick it and freestyle. But now you telling me I can't be saying bitches and hoes. Because Dragon was like picking out people in the chat and saying little stuff in her raps and stuff like that. It was kind of cute, you know, because Noble even got in it, and Lemon tried to get in it. Slapper, he wouldn't do it. Now, like I told you guys, I don't know that much about Slapper, uh, but they say he's been around for years and years and years, but not in the beef sector. He's from the black sector, and I just don't know that man, you know. And that's Pizarro's boo. That's her new boo. She changed me in every so often. You know, look at you up here dragging kids, and he said that and he got right there, which is the truth. No, but you can't. Now you want to write children's books, they're gonna look at your character, and you can bet somebody out there in the world know you done wrote this little book, and they're gonna say, why y'all buying his book? He talk about kids. He talk about handicapped kids at that. You done shot yourself in the toe. Okay. So I think you need to try to write something besides children's books. Yeah, I didn't see the book, but they all said that you had wrote a book, child, about a. I think it's about that rooster you had. Now I may be wrong, but I might be right. Okay. And another thing, like with Nova being to it with people, there's a limit said something about Tracy, and I can't remember what it was. Well, he had when Nova was into it over there at Rob over there at Nest. Rob Rack was telling him you go get my seconds and how my dick how when you kissed her how my dick tastes and all that kind of stuff. And I was saying, damn it, Rob, why did he asked that Nova how his dick taste when he kissed Teresa? And I was hollering. Well, Nova said he had already got into it, and Rob kept throwing Teresa up in his face. So then when he went over to Lemons, he was Lemon gonna ask him about Tracy. And honey, he was calling Tracy bitches and stuff. Tracy, you hear that, child? That nigga was over there calling you all kind of bitches, hey honey. And that's what I'm tired. I'm tired and this and that. And trying to sound hard and he sounds soft. Because Nova got a soft voice. Even when he talk, rough, like he would think he talking rough, he still talk like this. So, it is what it is. Let's see. And Nova was saying that he was mad because he said he got dog pound over there in this. You know. So what Lemon asked what Lemon asked Noble, now he had already been into it over there in this. But what Lemon asked Noble, he just cut Noble off when he was trying to tell about what happened to him in this. Lemon asked about when did Tracy really put her finger up his booty. Ooh, that's what it was. Oh shit. When Hunter Nova went off. All right, and when okay the night I think it was the night that they was lip singing. I don't know if it was that night or another night. Well, with Lemon, because Dragon been hanging around over there at Lemons. Well, Lemon started wanting to hear Mariah Carey, like later on over in the night. He wanted to hear Mariah Carey because he said that he wanted to dance and feel sexy. So he wanted to dance to Mariah Carey and feel sexy. And I was saying, damn. And Terry P said, Lemon, don't let her play that. You're gonna get struck. And he said that he wanted to feel beautiful, amazing, wonderful. And he was gonna come up and he was gonna dance and show y'all how good he could dance and rub all over his body. And then he was talking about how big his dick was, and he was telling Dragon that he had enough. She sucked it. It was enough for her and her friends, and two of her friends. And I was saying, nigga, please. And he just kept saying it over and over and over. Yeah, he said he wanted to dance and feel sexy. And I was saying, Lord have mercy. And he also drugged Ness and Uppity. They wasn't there, but he drugged them pretty bad. Um, and one now this is a different night. Uh, he was just dragging people. He drug. That's when dragging the birthday party got changed. When Ness, said that she would be the hostess. Well, that's when Lemon had caught wind of it, and when he went live, he was dragging Ness, Uppity, uh, Dragon. He was dragging everybody, and Ken Nola, and he was saying that Sonny be bodying Ken when she dragged him, and he said that Ken ain't got no storyline without her. That he have to have talk about Sonny to get people to come over because he always do drag her. Now I don't know if they made up or whatever, but you know how these people out here play like they don't be cool and they really be cool. Uh, and Ken was talking about him wearing a $2 Timu tight shirt. Ken was talking about how cheap his clothes be and how tight they be. Ooh. And one night over there, well, a couple of nights, Rico and Lemon be getting into a drag the hell out of each other until Lemon get tired and throw Rico off the stage or whatever. But Lemon, he was cussing Rico out so bad. Ooh, he was cussing him out. And he told Rico, "You can suck." Then he stopped himself because he said he was gonna say he could suck his thing. And he said, "You can suck." No. And I passed out. You hear me? Liver full of stuff. He didn't let that slip out his mouth. Yeah, you can suck. And then he was talking about how Rico was infected and all this kind of stuff. Uh, and then this thing about Mika and Lemon, they have fallen out. I don't know if they'll make back up or not, but one night Mika went live and she was showing like the correspondence that Lemon and her had, from the beginning of their friendship all the way up until the end. But and she was telling, well, this says such and such, and she was showing her phone and going over the different things. And I helped you a lot, Lemon, and I never looked at you in a sexual way and all of this and all of that. I like thought of you as a brother. I never looked at you in a sexual way and stuff. But Lemon went live later. Oh, now he put it on his wall, and it was a text from Mika to him. I don't know if it was a DM or text or what, but whatever it was, he put it on his wall, and allegedly, Mika was texting him and asked him, "Did he get see that picture? You see that picture?" She kept asking, and Lemon is saying, which he had been saying before, that he had news of Mika. And Mika been saying he was a lie and stuff. And Lemon described the pictures. He said she was on her knees and it had it, and he said he seen the lips sit out. He went in the graphics. Okay. And so then Pisa, she was up there and she was asking him, now was it nude pictures or this and that? Now he was saying it was news, for weeks. But now he's saying when he was talking to Pizarro, he was saying, no, they wasn't news. And she was saying, well, did you see her titties? Did you see this? And he was saying yes and no. So I don't know how you say that you see nude. You say that you see her lips. That was it. The lips on her face. Since you said it was not nudity, because Nico saying that I don't know that you didn't have nothing like that of her. So I don't know. I don't know. I was just really puzzled about that because them had been saying for weeks that he had her news, and when she went on and did her expose on the text, wasn't nothing on there like it wasn't no text that said, "Did you get the pictures of me? What do you think?" and all that. It wasn't nothing like that in her feed. But Honey Lemon popped that big joker out on her, so I don't know. I don't know if she have denied it or what. But Lemon, you know the difference between a nude picture and you know the difference between a picture when a person got their clothes on. You know, you know the difference. You can play that dumb shit, and that word play stuff. Uh, but it might be another big ass lie you telling. I don't know, cause you do lie. So I don't know. All right, and Rico and Lemon was into it. Wait a minute. Lemon. Oh, he said he had three pictures of her, and he said that when Mika sent him that first picture, that he said he didn't comment on it or nothing because he thought because Sour Patch and Mika was cool in the Discord, and so he thought that Mika was trying to set him up. So this is what he said. He said so that's why he didn't reply back because he didn't want to look like he was chasing after Mika because him her and Sour Patch was cool. But he said that Mika was sending him that kind of stuff, and her and Sour Patch was supposed to be cool at the time. And so I don't know. And I haven't went back to Mika's to see what she said. Because like I was over there that night, she was showing all the texts and stuff and telling how much she had worked for him and was telling that she she can dox to the grave and all that because she supposedly found somebody, grandpa or somebody that had an unmarked grave. So I don't know. She said she know what she doing. Well, Rico and uh Lemon had got in, him and they had got into it. And some kind of way Lemon switched it and said something about Molly was saying something to Rico. Now Molly in the chat, Molly always messing with Lemon. Yeah. Rico cussed Molly out so bad. And then Molly wanted to know, hey, what I do? And come to find out, Lemon had egged it on. It was so funny because Molly called a stray honey. But Molly be in that chat acting a fool, so Molly really didn't care. He just liked to be part of the show. So, like I said, with that party, I put on her Mrs. a party crasher because that's it is what it is. She's real jealous hearted and stuff. Okay, now we went by pieces. And the pizza been dragging her ass off since I was over here. Since my last live, she been out here. Uh, she doing what she do, and she been tagging ZX ass up. Uh, let me wait a minute, man. Hold on. I got to move it. Wait a minute. This thing is so sensitive when you barely touch it. Okay, now the situation with RNY, uh, Envy, and Pizza, it ain't got no better. Okay, now and so in Pizza, she been drinking like uh RNY. Now RNY have been going back at Pizza, you know. So they just into it. So I watch it whenever I can. Uh, and it's I think the reason that they having a feud now is because of landlord dragging RNY. A lot of people, which is one is Pizarro, feel like Envy should have jumped out there on landlord head when he went at his woman like he did. Um, Pizza really didn't like it. But it's other women over here that don't, and men that didn't like how Envy didn't take up for his woman. But the way I feel about it, if RNY ain't got no problem with it, hell, I ain't got no problem with it. You know, um, now landlord allegedly had a picture of RNY up. I didn't see it. Envy was telling me about it because I was really puzzled by that storyline. You know, I was like puzzled because it was a lot of people was doing lives, and in their lives they they was putting on a thumbnail about protection, and every live had something about protection in it and stuff. So, and they was giving their commentary on how they feel about every night coming out here getting on uh landlord head. Now let me tell you this here. Now I told Envy, I said, Envy, you got to come off that porch. You got to come out here. You over here in the beef sector. You know everybody beef over here. And another thing, which I've always said, people they say they ain't in the beef sector, and this and that, but you want to report on the beef sector. There's several people like that. Okay, RNY. I mean not RNY. A YouTube camera. You say it all the time. Uh, T Velocity. It's several of them. You want to report on it, but you don't want to get dirty and get out here and bang. But if somebody get mad and go back at you, because they might get mad at what you saying. Like people can get mad at what I'm saying. Now it's a chance, it's a strong possibility that I might run into somebody out there in this YouTube sphere and they cut my head off or either go live. And I can either take it or either I can get out here and game back. Get out here and woo bang. Or just start swinging like I'm crazy. So you want to talk about the beef sector, but you don't beef. I don't get it. Or you want to troll, but don't want to get trolled. That's crazy. So so every time I see you, you can troll me, but I can't never troll you. Make it make sense. And like I told every the other day, the beef sector really didn't troll. Used to troll, cause I didn't know what that was. And plays and stuff, I didn't know nothing about that over there in the I learned that in the Mo3 sector. And I was telling Envy, we are the beef sector. We are not no troll beef sector and all that kind of stuff. The beef sector beef. And the beef sector beefing have changed because the plays come. have started coming into play over here, and bullshitting like that. But if you gonna talk about, you want to talk about the mud, hey, you got to get out here and get in the mud with us. It is what it is. Be ready at all times. And you can't, when they start dragging your ass, you can, well, I don't do, I don't be because uh, I used to be a beast and you know, nah, you ain't did nothing. You ain't used to did shit. Well, I don't want nobody talking about me because I'm not beast sector. I just report. Okay, you report on it. You gonna get your ass drugged right up in this mud, and ain't no telling what's gonna happen. It is what it is. Ain't no you. I can't make it no plainer than that. All this bullshitting about everybody making up, and we are the world. We are the children. Ain't nobody want to hear that shit. Now you ain't got to be dragging every goddamn day, but you need to come out the porch some damn time. It is what it is. Yeah, I ain't beef sick. That I don't be. I just talk about. Okay, no, it don't work like that. Okay, don't talk about the beef sector. If you better than beef sector, don't bring your ass over here. Get on back. Go back wherever you came from. Cause you're gonna get drugged over here, and be somebody gonna grab your ass sooner or later, and somebody gonna grab my ass. You know they gonna somebody gonna get me soon, cause I ain't beefed in a while. Either I'm gonna have to get out here out the porch, or somebody gonna come out here and drag me out the porch. It is what it is. No hard feeling. Damn. Okay. Let's see. And this heat have been moving around lately. You know, like going to J. Wilson's, uh, pizzas. Now I don't know if she's been going to uppity. Her and uppity still haven't made up. You know, they still dragging each other. And uppity be going. Ooh, she be dragging uppity like she got a tail, y'all. Ooh, that girl be dragging. Well, the other day, this heat. Ness was up there on the panel, and Theo, and I think it was a couple people up there. Well, child, he hit the panel, and I was saying, "Oh shit, she finna go off on Ness. She finna cuss Ness ass out." But this he did not cuss Ness ass out. She was so nice. Ooh, this heat, you were so nice, and uh, Ness was trying not to have nothing to say to her, and this and that. And then finally they start talking a little bit. And then this heat, I guess, you know how when you be with somebody, you know them, and like when they're trying to get in good with you, they got that certain voice they put on that'll kind of melt you a little bit. Well, this he did this like that, and this say, uh, quit doing your voice like that. And I was hollering. You hear me? This he, I believe you can get back with her if you want her, cause she was grinning like a fool, and you was too. I got my life, okay? Yeah, they was flirting back and forth. He was using her sexy voice. This he was trying to control, and it was so hard for her not to go off on this because she was she like us, so she wanna cuss her out. But then she wanted to be nice to her, so maybe Ness would like talk to her. It was just a mess, but you could feel the struggle in this heat. And Ness said something about being Christian and she loved the Lord and stuff. And this heat, ain't nobody want to hear about Christian and this and that. And then she caught us there. I was saying, damn, that was a good one. That was a good save. You know, you got back focused. But yeah, this heat, you did good. Ness, you did good. I'm glad y'all didn't cuss each other out and stuff. Y'all can be on a panel without doing that. Okay? Now, the old beef sector, we didn't sit up on no panels with our enemies. Okay? It wasn't none of that bullshit. But now things have changed. So enemies be on each other panels and all that stuff now. But the old beef sector wasn't like that. You know, the lines were drawn in the sand. And your subscribers, you know, they, they if you was pieces, you 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 hung with your crew, you know, and that's just the way it is. That's the way it was. But they don't. You can't. It ain't control, but it's not gonna be like that again. We didn't sit up on each other's panel, and we didn't. Either we didn't meet up over here and sit on the panel without arguing and stuff. It wasn't none of that. Okay, but things change. Okay, now I went by pastors like that night that Lemon came back from when he was supposed to be in out for 10 days and didn't wasn't out for 10 days, but he didn't go to sleep after his live. When the pastor went live, Lemon was the first one to hit the link. Him and Dragon. And I was saying, huh. So when I was, scrolling through the street, I seen that thumbnail. So I ran my black ass over there to see what the hell Lemon was doing over there. Because Lemon always say, I don't go over to Jay Wilson. And Jay Wilson always say, I don't go over there to Lemon. That both of them, they don't be bothered with each other allegedly, and they don't watch each other allegedly. Okay. Well, Lemon had his black ass over there, so I said, "Oh, it's gonna be some shit. Let me get over here and get comfortable, and see what." Because I thought Lemon was gonna be up there woo banging when the when the when I got over there. Well, uh, people were still coming in. Pastor was still doing his hellos and stuff, and then I got in there right before this happened. Okay, when I got in there, which other people was coming in the lab too. Well, Pastor looked in the while he was speaking, he seen Quanny in the chat, and he told Quanny, come up here. Hey, how you doing? And I ain't seen you in a long time. This and that. Come on up here and keep it coming, and let's catch up. And so Quanny went up there. Well, it went downhill. Okay, wait a minute, let me go. Go back down in my notes. Now, I think what Lemon thought he was gonna go over there and act a damn fool, tear the panel up and leave. You know how Lemon do. Wait a minute. Hold up. Yeah, you know how Lemon do. Okay, there you go. Okay, now when Corny hit come up on the panel, Hun Pastor spoke. They was like having their little pleasantries. Well, Quanny went right into on Pastor and wanted to know why the hell he went to Atlanta for Sean Bradley. Now that's back in the show was going on. Sean Bradley was getting a lot of different content creators because they were supposed to be having a show back in the day. Well, Quantum wanted to know why the hell Jay Wilson went. And Jay Wilson turned around and asked Quantum, why did you go to Vegas? And why was you in your motel room crying and this and that? And I was saying, damn, they throwing some blow. And yeah, he said, why did she go to Vegas uninvited? He said that she had been invited but got disinvited and went anyway, and how she was crying and stuff. And they had words back and forth. And he said that he had to talk Quantity off the ledge because she was crying and so upset. Uh and they was going back and forth. I mean, it got heated quick. And so, you know, then they turned on Lemon. Wait a minute. And it was just a mess. The panel was just crazy. And I was saying, damn. And so Lemon, no, my pastor was messing. He was asking Sparkles why Rico was coming for Sparkles. Now I guess Sparkles and Rico don't care for each other. I don't know. Uh Now it was so many people into it on that panel. Lemon was into it with Shaquem, because Shaquem wound up there too. It was a good live. Okay, it was good. And they was into it early in the morning. Okay, now this is what happened. Lemon was into it with Sparkles and Shaquem. Rico was into it with Sparkles and Shaquem. So it was like a free for all. Pastor wanted to know why Sparkles why Rico always commented after her. And so Sparkles had told him something. I didn't write that down. Uh, okay, and Sparkle wanted to know why Quani was saying that she had been receiving death threats from Sparkles. I don't know. Well, Sparkle said, I ain't said I was gonna do nothing to you. And I ain't got nothing. I don't know what you talking about, Quani, and I ain't threatening you at all. And because Quani was up there, she was just throwing blows on a whole lot of people. Um, then she turned back on Pastor and started talking about him, dragging him. Quani did, and he throwed her out the panel. And then he was saying he had talked Quani off the ledge when she was in Vegas crying and stuff about how Sean Bradley had did her, and when she was saying that she was gonna go because they were supposed to have having like a little party. The people that had went to Vegas for the meet and greet, they were supposed to have like it was like a ball or something. It wasn't really a ball. It was just something you like dress up a little bit and go to. Well, she said that she was going up in there, and Pastor said he talked her off the ledge for not, told her, don't you go over there, Quanta. Don't go over there, when she was in Vegas and stuff. So luckily, Quanta didn't go and, break up the party and stuff like that. But that was a good time back in the day in the beef sector, because we was the people that wasn't in at the meet and greet. We was on pins and needles watching the Vegas gate. Okay. Uh, like I said, I don't know why they came up, but they got to arguing about it, child. Okay, now, like I said, on that day, it was just all kind of people was hitting the link. Shaquem, the mayor, Detroit, um, Hershey, Sparkles, just different people just hitting the link, and it was a hell of a line. Well, then a lot of people didn't wasn't in that live, And so Quani, when she left Pastor, she went over there to her line and started dragging Pastor and Nika. Cause see, she tried to get Nika to hit Lemon Link when she was up there dragging. Cause Nika had just started typing in the chat. Now the live had been going a long time. Well, Lady Nika came in late and was just doing her, hey, how y'all doing? Speaking to people. Well, Quani told Nika to hit the link. And Nika just kept on speaking, doing what she was doing. She wasn't going up there. And then Quani started dragging Nika. I mean, she was throwing some blows on, when she was on Pastor channel. She was just dragging Nika. And bring your ass up here, you coward, and you scammer, and this and that and that and this. She was just dragging y'all. And then, like I said, Courtney was into it with several people on the panel, including and in the chat, including Pastor. Well, when she started that shit with Pastor again, he dropped her. And then that's when she went over there and went live on Nika and Pastor. Well, I was saying, damn, I wonder what Nika gonna do. Or is she gonna say anything? Well, Nika went live and she drove the hell out of corner. Well, as I'm moving around the YouTube sphere, I'm wind up over at Room Shaker. And they was puzzled about Nika and Quantity being into it. And I don't know what that happened, and why how did this flare up, and they just cast so many questions, Room Shaker included. Well, she told me to come up there, but I was doing something, and I wrote in the chat, "Give me a minute." Now K Fit was up there with Room Shaker, and J Don was up there. Now J Don wound up in the chat, and it was taking me so long to get on the panel. Room Shaker say, "I bet J Don know." J Don hit the panel, and so J Don got up there, and she was saying, "Where did Nika and Kwani? When did they fall out, and what they into it for?" And J Don said, "I don't know. I don't know where it come from, because J Don hanging around over there. Nika's now they cool. Well, they didn't know nothing about where it happened. So when I finally got up there, I told them where it started at was over there at Pastor's. And they were saying, "Hey, I'll be in Pastor's Live." And I was saying, "Honey, these were some good lives because Lemon was over there and all that." I explained to them what happened, and I explained to them how Nico and Quanta got into it. But Quanta, you started that, girl. You were picking on Nico. Nico had to do nothing but come in the chat, child. And she didn't want to hit the panel. And Nika drug Quani. She drug her several times. Nika drug Quani over there at Pieces. She drug over there for I don't know how long. And Pizza did like Bree. We say how Bree did. I'm going to get some apple juice. That's a going joke around here on in the B sect, okay? But yeah, child, they Honey Quanta been out here. She been out here gang banging. Sean and she been like she been having Sean Bradley naming her title and stuff. So I think she been going at Sean Bradley too, but Sean ain't gonna say nothing back. But he did do a live because he seen Nika dragging Quani, and he gave Nika some kudos for dragging Quani. Okay. Uh, and when getting back to Lemon being on Pastor's uh panel, because Pastor was kind of shocked when Lemon came over there, but then they started throwing blows on each other. And so Pastor called Lemon a oh nasty piece of trade. And I was hollering. You hear me? And he was talking about how Lemon was dancing in the when he was backstage, he was dancing and he had no shirt on and he was playing with his nipples and all that kind of bullshit. Lemon, I think that he is attracted to men and women. Um, because he do too much. You know what I'm saying? Because like, look, we already know that he be backstage with the women. Now he was doing a lot of having them expose themselves and all that kind of stuff. Okay, but see, he do the same thing to these guys, and he know that Pastor don't really care for him that much. But see, he was trying to seduce Pastor backstage, and Vivian, like is his head moderator, she could see everything that Lemon was doing backstage. So Pastor do have a witness that Lemon was back there rubbing all over himself, half naked. Okay, Triple Red X said that. Rick Reed said that. Rick Reed said he did that and did, one time about a month ago, he half stripped butt naked on his live and was rubbing all over his body and his wee wee for Rick Reed. And he took that live down. See, a lot of times they do some bullshitting on here, they'll take the live down like it never happened. And it's a lot of lives these people have been taken down, you know, because it was a live done a couple of days ago at Pizza. She'd have had to take some lives down. But Triple Red X and Reed got into it really bad over there at Pizza. I was hearing about it in the streets, but when I look for the live, that live is not here. Because I want to know why come Triple Red X. Why is you coming off the top rope at Reed? Which ain't nothing wrong with y'all going back and forth. I'm not saying nothing like that. But you going jumping out the top rope on Reed, and didn't do shit to Lemon. And I don't get that. That's why I don't like about a lot of these guys on here. Now ain't nothing wrong. Look, I'll go head to head with anybody. But why you gonna come on my head harder than somebody that called your ass out before? I'm not gonna address Lemon and uh I'm not gonna be on the panel with him. I'm not nigga. You said Lemon was doing all this and doing all that. Why you can't be on the panel with him? Well, yeah, they say you talked to Reed really bad, and I wanted to hear because they said you had bass in your voice, and you ain't got no bass, but they said you had bass in your voice coming in Reed. And see, Reed is not a person; she's not a pushover, and Reed will drag you for not. It's gonna be more than 40 days and 40 nights from here to infinity. That's how Reed is. She ain't gonna never let you go. If she enjoying herself dragging your ass, she ain't gonna never let you go. And I think she's enjoying herself dragging you. So you may as well get ready for it. Let me speak to a couple more people. Hey, Candy Cane. Hey, Queen Tulsa girl. You still trending, honey. Ooh, child. Let me see. Let me make sure I got everybody. It ain't being people coming in here today. And Tulsa Jasmine want to talk to you like on a panel. She said that last night over there at Broadway. She want to know why you and her can't talk on a panel. Okay. Whew. I didn't get but a couple hours of sleep, and I am sleepy. You hear me? Wait a minute, let me get my notes back up. But it was, honey, I got my life over there. Wait a minute. Okay, now Stephen, he been out here moving around lately. Because he only had so many places that he used to go. Well, honey, stepping off the porch. And Tulsa, he was dragging you and he said you had HIV. Now he said that over there at Pastor's the other day. Now I don't know what you and him got going or nothing like that. But Stephen been out here and he been out here stomping. See, wait a minute. Okay, now you know Lemon always bringing up Vegas, and I am so sick of hearing about that bomb fest trip. That's all Lemon talk about. He got to tell you what who said this, and they said that from the first day of the damn trip to the end, we hear that bullshit about 2 or 3 times a goddamn week. I feel like throwing up when I hear that. I exit stage left or right because I ain't can hear that bullshit. You know, it get on my damn nerve. Well, uh, on Pastor's Live, Pastor and Quantity, since he want to talk about Vegas, they start asking him who was that damn sponsor, and why you won't say the name. Tell us who the sponsor was. This millionaire sponsor, remember they said, which was the dumbest thing. There wasn't no sponsor. Them ragamuffins sent they self up. They was just a bunch of broke folks on the trip. It wasn't no uh. It was just a bunch of broke ass niggas that went to Vegas. Wasn't no millionaire sponsor. Cause that was a hobo trip. Okay. Bunch of bums got together and met up in Vegas. And everybody was broke. Okay? That's all that was. Bunch of broke ass niggas. Well, they was trying to ask him who the sponsor was. And he act like he was gonna tell them. But see, Lemon, I could see you a mile away. I could see you way down the road coming this way. I could spot your ass, okay? And he gonna say, "Hold on, wait a minute, I got to go. Let me go out, and I'll be back in." Lemon, all they asked you was what the goddamn sponsor name was. You shouldn't have to go out and pull up no email. You shouldn't have to go out and pull up no damn text. You know the sponsor if there was one. You ain't said nothing about no name because it wasn't there. It wasn't there. Just say that. It wasn't nothing but a bunch of bullshit that y'all was talking because y'all ain't showed proof of a motherfucking thing. Y'all ain't showed no proof of nothing. And them texts, whatever that is, that could have been Ness doing it, texting you. Or that could have been, that kind of bullshit. Cause y'all full of shit. If it was a sponsor, you ain't got to go out to get the email and all that. You ain't got to do that. You just say, The sponsor name was such and such and such. That's all you gotta do. And what you owe the sponsor, why you can't say their name? Because you telling a lie. There was a lie you and Ness cooked up. There was a lie you and Ness cooked up. Because look, another reason, like when allegedly, no, ain't no goddamn alleged. Now this is what I got to say. You wanted to have another Vegas skate member. You was inviting people and who all coming and what I'm gonna do and we gonna have fun, fun, fun. This your trip. And your black ass didn't even go. How you gonna have a meet and greet and you don't go? Never, don't do that. Don't do that again. That was the dumbest thing. That was the dumbest shit I ever seen in my life. He had a meet and greet. Can y'all hear me? Cause the chat ain't moving. Ain't. Can you guys hear me? Cause if you can't, I'm gonna shut this down. Hey, Keisha, can y'all hear me? Cause this chat ain't moving. Well, hell, people not. They might not want to type. I don't know. Oh yeah, I can hear me. Okay. Well, I can keep right on talking. But that was the weirdest thing to have a meet and greet, and he didn't even go. Hey, Stacy, I ain't never seen nothing like that in my life, but I seen it on YouTube. He didn't even have the courtesy to tell the people he wasn't coming. You hear me? That blessed lady, whatever her name was, I can't remember her whole name. That lady went out there, and it was just like he turned the shit on her. I didn't tell nobody to come. Yeah, you was telling people to come. And y'all was gonna have fun, fun, fun. You had set the dates. And this lady took off work and others did too. Or used their vacation time or or spent their money. Okay, they wasn't planning on going to Vegas, but when you said that meeting greet was gonna happen, they decided to go to Vegas to meet you. Hey, chocolate, the Candace. Yeah. He had them people. He ain't said nothing else about that. It ain't a. He ain't said nothing else. He was talking about special guests was gonna be there, just like that bullshit that they did the first time with that Vegas skate shit they had. No, that was the biggest shit. How you gonna have an event and don't go, and didn't even tell the people you wasn't going, and what started going live, and didn't want to talk about it. That lady, that blessed lady, she went live at the airport talking about it. That's just some bullshit. That's bullshitting. Okay. Ooh, child, if he want to talk about Vegas, I bet if Nesco he'll want to be there, well, he'll eat all out of her booty. Oh, now I'm gonna tell you what. Now he just threw a name. He just pulled one out his between his legs. He said blessed. That lady didn't. That lady that wasn't a millionaire sponsor. Blessed didn't sponsor you. And why would you use her name after you told her to come to Vegas and you didn't even have enough sense to say you counsel? And blessed by him using your name and the way he treated you and tried to throw that trip up back on you, like he didn't tell you to come to Vegas anyway. And you and him was supposed to have that love scene that y'all didn't get to have because he didn't come. Come back out here on these goddamn streets and you ain't got to cuss him out, but drag him in the name of God, okay? Because you kind of Christian and stuff, allegedly. But I'm just saying, because he uh he didn't do you right, you know. You didn't find out he wasn't coming until you was at the airport. When you was at the airport, shaking your head and scratching it, just perplexed. Okay, but he showed you how much he thought of you. So I'm just letting you know he throwing your name around like you was the sponsor on him in this trip. And why did you have to go out off of the panel or go on mute or whatever and pull a email up when you know blessed name? You said blessed. You a liar. Okay? You are a liar. And when Mayor Detroit was up there, Lima started dragging him. He was talking about Mayor Mama and everything. And Mayor had said that Lemon had crashed out and cried on his panel that first night he came back. That he had broke down crying because he very emotional and he'll cry on here. He'll cry baby, and his feelings are easily hurt. And when stuff don't go his way, that's when he start that crying shit. Okay. And Pastor kept calling him a trade, and he was saying that Lemon, uh, he Jay Z, he the Jay Z and the Beyonce of the beef sector. And he kept saying, "You're an old nasty piece of trade." He say that you are equal opportunity, that you show your shit to everybody and tell them how beautiful you are. You're the beautifulest, you're the most wonderfulest, and you just rub all over your body for anybody. He said you are old nasty piece of trade. I was hollering. Now I'm gonna tell you the funniest shit that on that live of pastors, y'all. That live was good from the beginning all the way to the end. It was highly entertaining. Now y'all know I told you that Dragon come over there with Lemon, okay? Now she sent her ass up there and Pastor said, like this is when he was going off of the live. He was saying, Dragon, You sit up here and you was quiet as a mouse. Y'all, she never opened her mouth. She didn't want to get in that arena. You hear me? She sit up there and she was just eating her popcorn. I ain't never seen Dragon that quiet. Honey, Dragon sit up there with her lips zipped. She did not interrupt one time. I forgot about Dragon being up there on that panel. Dragon didn't say a word, y'all. Cause y'all know I see a butt bump in, interrupt, and she didn't do none of that. Dragon sit up there and she enjoyed herself and just shut up and let whoever wanted to kick Lemon ass kick his ass. Okay, Dragon was over there in the cut. She didn't want them to notice her and start dragging her ass because it was a free for all, honey. It was Shaquille, Stephen, the Bam Detroit, Lemon, uh, Sparkles. Uh, did I say Quantity? It was a damn mess, and I loved every minute of it. Okay, yep, Dragon sit up there. She was quiet as a church mouse. And Lemon also talked about Mika and being doggy style and all of that. So he was going like from pound to pound, talking about that. Or people was asking him about it, and he was telling them, his side of it and stuff. All right, now I'm gone from there. But I enjoy myself when I go to pastors in the morning. I really enjoy myself, and then I enjoy myself when throughout the day when he come on. Now I don't. The lives that I usually be in is his like first ones of the day, because he go live throughout the day. Now I don't. A lot of times I don't be in the live when it's live. I watch the replays. Sometimes it takes some days, and then I catch up on pastors. But I enjoy myself watching him. Uh, you know. All right, now I'm going to Ness, y'all. Ness went live, and she had Uppity, Pizza, Rodney, Rob, Rat, Talent, Noble, Lovely Love, MU, Ken, that Boji guy. It's a new guy that hangs around over there. I think he's from Philippines or somewhere. He's a cutie. He is fine, okay? But Boji, Daria, Happy Life, Sparkles, Magnum, Dovey. Okay, them the people that was over there. Ness had a good laugh, which Ness do have good laughs. Especially when she have a panel. You don't ever know who gonna drop in. Okay? Uh and Ness usually let the live just go. If people into it, they just into it. She been just letting lay look to me. She just laying back, letting them rock and roll, trying to get her viewership up, which ain't nothing wrong with that. Uh, and to be said to people, we like panels because we want to see somebody be. Hopefully some enemies get up there. It is what it is. Okay, now Uppity, she was up there, and her and Rob Rack was into it. Then they got cool. But when they was into it, Rob was calling her big draws, big back, and he was telling her to turn her camera on. He'll give her $50. He told her to show her apartment. He said that she was messed up, talking about her looks. And then he said something about she had a tether. You know how to when you tether something, it's like putting something around their ankle where you can only go so far out. And what he was saying is she was like tethered to that apartment because if you listen to her sometime, like she'll say it on the panel that she don't have no friends or nothing. She just be in the house. You know, she don't get move around a whole lot. Like if she go out just to the store and back home, stuff like that. So she don't have like friends and stuff like that. Which you don't have to have friends, but you know, I think a person should be able to entertain themselves. Uh, but she she like stuck in the house, and she got YouTube, which ain't nothing wrong with that. If it keep you entertained and all of that, I would I could see her being on YouTube all the time. You know, being in that apartment, that one bedroom apartment, you and your child. I know she do this to get away, which a lot of us do. You know, but he was talking about how nasty she was, and Rob Breck, honey, he done got his own goddamn place now. It's a two-bedroom. He walked all the way through it and showed his place. He's proud of himself. I'm proud of you too, Rob. Even though I don't fuck with you, you don't fuck with me. Uh, I'm happy to see you doing the damn thing. You got an apartment. It's fully furnished. You know, it is what it is. You doing kudos to you, Rob. But yeah, he got a two-bedroom place. But it's something. I think it's somebody in there with him. I'm thinking he might be living with a woman because when he was doing his walkthrough, he kept when he would go in certain areas, he put his hand over his camera, like when he was moving around the apartment. And I'm thinking the person was like be right there, and he would cover it up, and then scan some more because he kept doing that. Every once in a while, and then he would look. You know how somebody might come in the room and you'll look that way. He was doing that kind of bullshit because people on here say they don't never tell it all. Okay, he was showing his big TVs. He was telling how many inches his TVs was, showing his beds. Because he got a two-bedroom, it's fully furnished. It is what it is. Kudos, Rob. You know, and he proud of himself. Okay, now yeah, Rob. Okay, Rob and Uppity was into it, and then Uppity he started jumping on Noble because Noble came in a little later, and then him and Uppity got Noble, and Rob was telling Noble. Now Noble wasn't messing with Rob. Rob jumped on Noble, and him and Uppity jumped on Noble, and Noble he asked Noble, uh, told him he be getting his seconds, which he was saying something about Tracy, like running after, the people that he have been with before. And then of course I told y'all he asked him how did his ding ding taste when he was kissing Tracy. And then he was telling Noble how he would kick his ass. And Noble told him, he was talking about how he would beat Noble up. And Noble said, I'll just shoot you. I was hollering. And they was calling each other all kind of hoe ass niggas and this and that. And Uppity was calling them all kind of hoe ass niggas. And they did Noble wrong. They shouldn't have double teamed them and shit. But it is what it is. And then landlord, when he hit the damn panel, Uppity, yeah, he came up here to protect me. Y'all, Landlord well didn't come up there to do nothing. Why do you do that? That is so stupid. Landlord came up there to ask Noble, nigga, you done wrote the child's book. Why are you up here talking about kids? It don't make no sense. How are you gonna be a children's author and you dragging kids? Okay, that's all the landlord was saying. Yeah, he come up here protecting Nyla. No, he wasn't. He was telling Noble how you gonna be a author, children's author, and you're talking about kids. And what Noble, that's gonna if even if you do kick off with your book line like this first book you wrote, if it come to be a number one on Amazon or wherever, that's them words you said to uppity gonna come back to bite you. How could you be that weak after you done said for all these years that you don't drag kids, you don't dox, you don't do this, you don't do that, you went too low, you talk about the dead, you talking about mamas, you talking about if. Now you say you're gonna do all of the above. I, you know what? No, that's your true self. You you couldn't take it no more. You had to come out. That real you. That's the real you. That's the you you've been trying to hide all these years. Yeah, the beast said y'all too dark and this. You've been saying that same shit ever since you've been over here. You love it over here. You ain't man enough for the beast sector. And they're talking about my son and why they talk about kids. What man? And Rob Rack was telling him Noble to show his car. And he lied, and Noble lied like he had showed his car when he was over at Lemons. You would did not show no car over there when you went over there, Lemon. When you went over to Lemons, you didn't show no car, Noble. And if you did show a car, it's one that you was in the passenger seat. So you know that car you got that last time, you didn't have that car 6 months. What happened to that car that you totaled it or what happened? Or did you quit playing on it? What the hell happened? All right. I think that's it for Ness. Oh, I'm going back to that Boja guy. I think he's from the Philippines somewhere. He is a nice looking guy, and he seemed like he's nice, but everybody seemed nice when you first meet him. Uh, well, he's a new character unlocked. I don't know if he's gonna move out here onto the streets of the beef sector, but for right now, he's just being over there at Nest right now, which ain't nothing wrong with that. But uppity, when guys come around that don't nobody know, and when uppity around them, she throw nasty shots at the guys. Now see if that Boji guy, if he would have talked her out ugly and fat as funk as she is, then she would have thought somebody didn't say something wrong to her. But yeah, you're too light skinned. No, I like dark Caribbean, and I like men with a six pack, and I don't like fat men. And girl, yeah, they fat men are lazy. They fat and lazy. What are you, girl? But that's all I got to say about that child. Amen. Yeah, child. This doggone thing is so sensitive. Damn. Okay. All right, and Lovely Love wound up hitting the link over there at Ness's. And she heard Noble and Rob get into it, and then Teresa Lane coming into in their conversation when they were arguing back and forth with each other. And Lovely Love, she said, wait a minute. She wanted to know, what is this? Is this the battle of Tracy's niggas? I hollered. Lovely Love is so funny sometimes. And Kid Nola, he hit the panel. When he seen all them people up there into it, he had to get his black ass up there. And he got up there and he asked Rob when was the last time he took a bath. And Rob said, hell, I take showers 3 times a day. And he didn't stay up there long. He went on about his business. And Daria got up there, and she's a person, she want all the attention to be on her all the time, and she think everybody jealous of her and all of this and all of that. Okay, which we've seen that before. People, yeah, they're jealous and they're jealous of this and they're jealous of that. Well, she was telling everybody how jealous, like Tracy and Janet and different ones is of her. And her and Sparkles got into it because Daria called Sparkles out, as as Sparkle hit that link and started dragging the hell out of Daria. And Daria was saying, you're jealous of me and you got a landline. And I was saying, what? And when Daria was kind of losing the fight between her and Sparkles, she started, when she was she sounded like a growling like a dog. And she was off and this and that, because her voice changed. Yeah, she was growling like a dog. And I was saying, damn, wait a minute. Damn, I wasted my water. I got to do something about this. I just wasted this water. Hold up, y'all. Can't do this. Ooh. I don't know how I wasted that water. Wait a minute. Mm-mm. Can't do this. Let me get this. Hold up, y'all. Can't do that. I got. Oh, why come I did that? All right. Let me see. While they was over there, Ness drug Lemon, because her and Lemon still into it. He been dragging the hell out of her. I mean, he been dragging her, but she was dragging him too. And Sparkle was telling Daria to show her pissy mattress. So I guess Daria have shown a pissy mattress on here before. Now I've heard people ask her to like show her like bloody mattress and all that, but now I see somebody Sparkle saying something about being pissed. And then Daria has been saying something about Clyde earlier, and Sparkles told Daria that Clyde would drag her worse than Teresa did. Because you know Teresa been dragging her for 30 days. No, Teresa been dragging her forever. And so I don't know when Teresa says she gonna do it until something. I don't know. But I don't know. I think that's all on that. Oh, and Daria was calling Rob when she say Big Mama's house. That's her nickname, like her slang name for Rob. When she don't want to say his name, she called him Big Mama house. Now I'm gonna tell you something that was so fucking funny at that live. Nika came in late into the live, into the chat. Would she do that? I believe that Nika be in the clouds, but then she want to come in and do a speaking, hey, letting the town hall know she was here, which ain't nothing wrong with that. Some people do it at the beginning, some people do it at the middle, and some people do it at the end. Well, child, when Daria was up there dragging, Rob and Sparkle and all that kind of shit. Well, Nika popped in the chat and was saying, "Hey, Ness and chat and this and that mods." And then Darius said something about Big Mama House, and everybody thought that she was talking about Nika Child. They didn't know that was the name she had for Rob Rat. So when Nika went in the chat, she spoke Daria and all up. What Daria did, she started talking about Big Mama House, and it seemed like she was talking about Nika, y'all. It was so funny. And so the panel, everybody had said like whoop or something. And then Darius said, Big Mama House, that's Rob, right? That's Rob. And Nika was in the chat, and Nika, I can't think of what she wrote. In so many words, Nika was saying, I thought I was going to have to come up there and regulate the area. Because honey, Nika, you ain't the only one thought she was talking about you when she said Big Mama House. Hell, everybody in the chat and the people on the panel thought Daria was talking about you, but she was not. That's how people wound up getting into it a lot. The person ain't actually talking to you; they talking to somebody else. That happens on here all the time. But that was so funny to see it happening, real time. And Pizza and Ness been going back and forth. Net Pizza, she going in Ness a lot right now because allegedly Ness people are up there in Seattle. They up there kicking it, and I don't know, they doing a vacation. Her people came up to Seattle, and they out there kicking it. But Ness can't cuss in front of her aunties and her mama. And see, it's somebody like that always there with her right now. And I'm thinking her little boy, you know, and she can't cuss back at Pizza like she want to. All that hollering and stuff and the bad words. Well, Pizza is tearing this up right now. And this will say, bitch, you when they leave, I'm gonna cuss you out. She said, Pizza be saying, shut up, bitch. And she call her out of her day right now. It is so funny. Now I think her people, I think they got so many days left to be up there with Ness visiting. The clock is ticking and counting down. Ness counting every second because she gonna tear Pizza up when she when her people leave. She gonna tear Pizza ass up. And even when Ness over there on the panel with With pizza cuss her out like a dog when she over there at her channel because this can't say nothing back to her really right now. It's so funny. I'm getting my life with them. All right, I'm through with them. Okay, now I'm gonna tell you my guilty pleasure right now on YouTube, and that is Tommy. I love his channel. Tommy be over there playing the blues. He be playing love songs. It's just so chill over there. And he be, and like in between the songs, he'll cuss Castro out and this and that and that and this. And he cuss and this. He play some more music and then he'll cuss uh Yolanda out. Then he'll play some more music and he'll cuss Brian out. I guess my life over there. Do y'all hear me? And he be jamming. And it's damn near every day. I get my life over there at Thomas. And he had the music up so loud you really can't hear what he's saying. A lot of time, which is good because the music is still playing. Now, a lot of times he'll wait until the song get ready to change and then he'll do his little rant and then he'll have the music going again. I get my life, Hunter Tom be over there partying. Do you hear me? He be over there partying, and I drops in over there, you know. And the other night I think it was yesterday. He was flashing his money. He had them 20s like in a fan in his hand. He was putting the money all around his neck and cussing Castro out. And you see this bitch, you see all this money I got. I bet you can't go and find no other nigga gonna give you no money. Look at this, Castro. And I got money. It's $500, Castro. $500. Now when I counted it out, it was like three. But when Tommy was kept saying if he had 500, and he said he had another couple of days, he was gonna add another 500 to that, Castro. Now I ain't telling you to go over there and get that money, cause y'all ain't supposed to be by each other. Tommy, you need to quit trying to bait that boy over there with your money, and then y'all get into it and have a fight, and you wind up hitting him in the head again. Don't do that, Tommy. Okay. And he said, Tommy, between one of his songs, he said they fucking around with Castro. He fucked around and caught a felony. And I hollered, do you hear me? Because it is the truth. He did catch a felony. Because he hit Castro in the head. Oh my God. Tommy, quit trying to bait him over there. Now, Tommy looked real nice. He was, he had been to the barber shop and everything. He been fresh and so clean. Okay. And sometimes I be over there when Tommy get up, when he go live and he doing his grooming and stuff, brushing his teeth, lotioning up, he do all of that. And Tommy, you looking nice. Okay. And you seem like right now, I don't want you to to make a mistake. You seem like you don't hurt as much as we'll just say 2 months ago. Okay, it's gonna get better. You know, with you not being able to be with him. Sometime when you date a person, you can get over them overnight, but other times it could take a long time. And as long as you have contact with him, that hurt just gonna stay there. You're gonna be stuck in the same place. But if you don't be with them, like physically being around them, it'll hurt less. And I can see you growing. You don't hurt as much. You're not as mad. You still pissed off now. And you have a right to be. But you're not just like that raging mad like you were. You have come a long way, Tommy. Keep it up. Castro, you come a long way. Keep it up. Because I don't want nothing to happen to either one of y'all. I like both of you guys as content creators. Now I'm through with that, but if y'all want to go over to Tommy sometime, uh, the name of his channel is Keeping Up with Tommy. I think that's the name of it. I think that's the name of it. Something like that. Keeping Up with Tommy or something like that. But if you like to hear blues or and he have the new blues he be playing, cause damn it, what was that song that man say? He said on one of them songs, that man told that person, he said, "Don't you tell on me." What? No, wait a minute. He said, "Don't tell on me without telling on you." You see what I'm saying? And I said, well, "That's my kind of shit right there." Okay, them blues songs. Oh, I love them. I used to go to all the blues fests. Okay, all the blues concerts. I love the blues. Uh, my grandmother loved the blues when she was living. And see, I was raised like in a religious home. We didn't get to hear a lot of music, like world music. It was church music. But my grandmother, they was partiers, and so when I got to go to their house to see my dad and my cousins and stuff, my grandmother kept music going 24 hours a day, some blues. Okay. So that's where I know my blues from. And then it was like a cafe, like two cafes right around the corner from my house. Well, she could see one of them, like the front door from her house. Well, see, I would get people would like give me little change how you do kids, and I would go over there and play the jukebox. It was a song I wanted to hear. I'd go over there to the little cafe and then different people that walked through the grown folks because I had to sit by the front door. I couldn't go back in there. But they see me sitting over there by myself. Different people would come and give me money. So I used to go home with so much money. And at the other cafe, I would sit at the front door. But at the front door, they had like a bar, and I would sit in this little area. And like when the people would open the door, it would seem like I was having my own little room. It was big enough for like a couple, like if you're an adult couple, it was big enough for like two people to sit. But see, when I would be there, which I had to stay by the front door, and it was windows up there, so somebody in the family could see me all the time. And then I would eat cookies and stuff, and chili mac and all of that, and look at the grown people drink beer. In the back there, that's where they gambled at. The men and the women, they'd be back there gambling, and ain't no telling what else they were doing back there in that back. But that's when I was a kid. But see, I got to hear blues and stuff like cussing and stuff when I went over my grandmama's house. I call her Big Mama, and she was a little bitty woman. I miss her. Yeah, I got to keep up like that, child. I get to go there and see what the hell going on when I went over to grandma's house. Okay, now I'm through with that. I got to run. I done went. Lord Jesus, y'all know how I do. Okay, now I went by Room Shaker, and K Fit was over there, and her and Room Shaker was talking because they cool. Room Shaker really like K Fit a lot, and she really like King Rumble News a whole lot. So Kid Philly hit her panel, and they was up there talking, and she was saying that she want Rodney to leave her alone. You know, and she said that on Room Shaker. Rodney, she wants you to leave her alone. She said she don't talk about you. Just stop. That's what she said, Rodney. You need to just leave her alone. Quit mentioning her name. And she really ain't got nothing against you, and she ain't got nothing for you against you, Rodney. She said you need to find you some business, some in the word. Okay, now I went by Rodney's. You know, that's another one of my little pleasures, because I like to see him and Shaquille talk. But I didn't really stay there. I stayed over to Rodney's about 30 minutes, and on this live, he was wanting to know why people were saying he was two faced. Because I guess people, I don't know, but for some reason, he's saying people are saying he was two faced, and he went back on to how he was treated badly, being a mod for like Lemon, and the other mods would mess with him and unmod and all this. Hear that again. And he also said at Bertha Mays and at Lemons, uh, the mods and the chat was very disrespectful to him, and so that's why he go to places that he's respected, i.e., like um, grown folks. He said that he get treated very well at grown folks. He don't get picked at in the chat, and this and that, But like I've told Rodney a long time ago, block them people and ignore. You know, I ignore. I get picked at a lot on here. I ignore. I reply when I want to because I can't fight everybody. But like there's certain ones, when I drop in these different chats, they shoot. I could choose to shoot back, And right now, ever since I did that purge, I ain't really feel like going back at it. But I think I'm getting ready to come back out the porch though. Okay, you can't stay out the porch too long. You got to stay, you know, ready. Now, before I came on today, I was piddling around, doing my grooming and this and that and that and this. Uh, it was I had like an hour before I came live because I scheduled it. I scheduled it so I know I bring my ass over here and do it. But this first time I scheduled a live, and I tell you, uh, I kept watching that damn clock every 2 minutes. I was tripping. I don't know if I'm gonna do that again. I don't know, but I lost my train of thought. No, before I get to Bertha May, I'm gonna talk about Reed because I'm trying to keep this in order. Okay, now Reed, the Heart of Philadelphia, Heart and TRX, which is that's triple red X. They have been gang banging on each other. I mean, they fighting like cats and dogs. And Reed ain't never been no chump. You know, she dragged, and then she dropped receipts too. She been around here forever. Reed have. Uh, and Reed is one that come on every day, damn near every day, and she do a couple of lives a day. So that's what keep the beef sector going. Okay, it ain't just pizza, it ain't just lemon. Reed still doing her thing. Well, while she been doing her thing, for some reason, her and Triple Red X got into it, and I don't know why they into it. I ain't gonna try to figure it out. Maybe I hear about it in the streets, but they have been thumping each other. Okay. Uh, And TRX, now he a person, he don't like, well, allegedly he don't like this beef, be into it. Well, honey, he is out here, he uh jumping up the top rope on Reed head. But see, Lemon called him out like 2 months ago. He called him out and hit the pound pump and all that kind of stuff, doing that big ball shit. And Triple X, I'm not gonna be on the panel with him. I'm not gonna go back and forth with him. I've said what I said, and doing his lives and whatever he doing. Yeah, I'm not going back and forth. No, I ain't. But Reed, whatever she did to piss him off, honey, he been jumping off the top rope on Reed. But Reed, honey, she been catching that ass and body slamming him too. Cause Reed ain't no chump. She going blow for blow with him. But I'm just saying, damn, Triple Red, don't you think it would have been a better look to go at Lemon like that? I'm just saying. Why you going at Reed like that? I don't get it. That's why I don't fool none of these folks on here. None of these folks, cause girl, how these men be fighting these women on here, but then they chummy with each other. Oh, I'm not. No, I ain't. Nigga. Now he got into him and her. I heard it through the grapevine that Reed and him got into it so bad over at Pizarro, she took that live down. Cause I looked for that live, you know, and I have been going back over there every day to see if piece of mess around and put it back up. She have not put that live back up. And they said it was a good live. They say they was over there acting a damn fool. And I missed it and I'm so mad. Cause they said I think Lemon was over there. They said it was a lot of people into it. But Pizza took that live. They throw lives away around here. I don't think they throw them away. I think they just put them up. You can't make me believe it. You know, they got it where they got it in private where you can't get to it. I think. But it's a couple of lives Pizza have done lately that was gone. I never did get to see, and I really hate it. Like I hate I Miss Todd J Dog get into it because they say they drug each other to hell and just stayed down in hell. They wouldn't let each other out. They were dragging. They said they drug the hell out of each other. I didn't get to see that live, and that was like a Pizarro. Uh, and like I said, I didn't get to see that Triple Red X live, but I heard about it. I heard the YouTube stream. But that's why when when I'm moving around and somebody asks me about a good live, I'll tell them where to go. If it's still up, like I was telling K50, you want to see about Kwani and Nico, how they start over there at Passes, you know. But sometimes they take them down and you can't talk them. You could talk about them a little bit, but they like go away out of people's mind. And Lemon, he takes a lot of lives down. It's some people that do. They don't want you to see their behavior. Like they get drugged bad or like they pre and get drugged bad, or if they go too low, you know. And they don't want to get struck. I understand. Okay, now right before I came on, I was watching Bertha Mays. I didn't get to see but half. I got to see about half of it. And I think the lady named number one caller was number one caller. She had said something to me on the line. They did the live, I think, yesterday. I love their when they two do that lives together. It's two older women, and they talk just like me. They just say it is what it is. If you don't like it, fuck it. or do something about it. They like that. But they some of the people now, like I said, I didn't get to see it all. These are some of the people that they discussed on there. They discussed J Dunn, Passer, Ness, Lemon, DMSO, Reed, TRX, Uppity, Sean Bradley, Catherine, Pizza, Bree, Rodney, Stefan, Rico, Castro, Brian, Roe, Dimples, Moonshaker, and Diva. Now, them the people that they talked about, and that was halfway through it. Now, y'all know I'm gonna run my black ass when I get out of here. I'm gonna go right back over there to Bertha Mays, and I'm gonna listen to the other half of it. Now, Bertha May had a message for me on the live. Not Bertha May, number one caller had a message for me, and it had to do with envy. Did I have his name on there? Okay, I missed envy and RNY, and I probably missed some others. Okay, let me go there. Let me go there. Okay, now those two ladies, like they have nicknames for a lot of the content creators on here. I don't know. Like a lot of times, I don't know who the hell they talking about. They got so many nicknames for people. Uh, and a lot of people use nicknames for subliminals while they could be talking about you, but you can't actually say they talking about you. That's why I don't like to do that. I call people by their name. I let people. I'm you. I want you to know I'm talking about you. But they be saying nicknames, but then they'll let you know who they talking about. Okay, because like I didn't know who Glowworm was. Well, I couldn't find out that's envy. Okay, and another they call RNY nigga NY. They got nickname for all everybody on YouTube. Damn near, they got a nickname for them, and it ain't nothing nice. Okay, so what I'm gonna do when I be looking at they live, I'm gonna make a list and I'm gonna put the nicknames beside it, so y'all will know who. Maybe sometime when I'm talking about some of these people that they talked about on their live, you'll be able to know who I'm talking about. Okay, but I didn't know who Glowworm was, and couldn't find out that's envy. And then like mayonnaise is one name. I think that's J Don. Uh, it's so many of them. They got a name for everybody. Okay, and I'm just saying. Well, she wanted me, number one caller, wanted me to get three people, reputable people from the Mo3 sector. And she said, not 88, because that's the first name Bertha May called. But she said she don't want, uh, number one caller said she don't want room 88, because she said she tired of seeing her shake her ass. So she want three people from the Mo3 sector that know how envy can drag and this and that to come over here and rep here. And she said they can come to her channel and do it, or wherever they see out in the streets. But she don't want no anybody. She wants three people that really from the Mo3 sector that can really tell her if envy, you know, have is he about that life in so many words. She said because over here she be saying how he be saying how he got $60,000 to put down for the lawyer, and they supposed to have legal action going on and cases and things like that against like landlord and different ones. So it is what it is. But envy, you gonna have to get out here and drag, just like I told you on your panel the other week. You can't keep backpedaling. And they number one caller also said that you won't say nothing about Diva, that you won't open your mouth regarding Diva. That's what she said. But Envy, if you talk about the beef sector, these content creators over here in this area, they're gonna drag you, and you can't keep backpedaling. Not over here and get no respect. I know you be saying that you don't do this and you don't do that and you don't do that and you don't do this. But you over here talking about these folks and they ain't gonna take that shit. And that's why a lot of people don't go over there to your channel no more. I'm just being for real. That's why a lot of people, your numbers have been affected in everything. Because once they see you, you know, you ain't bad it, then people can run over you and we can say anything and do anything to you and your lady, which Irene Wild can take care of herself. She be out here dragging. She goes at pizza, you know. And when RNY was like in her groove and dragging and stuff, you were saying she sounded like animal. That wasn't nice to say. The woman was mad and the woman was dragging and she happened to growl with it. Which Daria do that? When Daria be out there dragging, when Daria in her zone, at that level that you bitch you done got me here, she's growl like a dog. It is what it is. You know. So child, I don't know. Y'all, I am so low down. You know that? Now I went over to Envy's cause he was live the other day, and his title, it has something I wanted to know about in the title, and what it was concerning was him and RNY, uh landlord and Envy. It was concerning that. And see, I was hearing stuff out here in the YouTube street, but I just couldn't piece it all together. And I'm hearing the other side, how they saying Envy didn't come off the porch and protect uh RNY, and I just couldn't figure out how this shit happened and who did what. Well, when I went over to Embers, I said, well, let me stop back here and see what the hell going on. Because this is a subject I want to hear about so I can tell you guys more about it. Well, child, I don't know no more than I knew for the shit, but it is what it is. But Envy say that they handling the situation with RNY and landlord when he talked shit about her. He could say they gonna handle it like through an attorney, I guess. I don't know why come we got to get to that level. Uh, he was talking about that landlord was talking all under her clothes, but that's part of dragging people. My clothes get talked about when I'm be dragging. When I'm into it with people, they talk all down between my legs. Call me an old pissy bitch and You ain't got no hair on your pussy. Or you got a hair, you know. That's it is what it is. She ain't the first one that somebody talked under their clothes. But while people are side-eyeing you, Henry, is because they don't feel like you came out and swung for your woman. Even though RNY could take her of herself and she say she ain't got no problem with it, they thought that you should have pounced on that man right there on that panel over there at Pizarro's or wherever y'all was at when that man said what he said about your lady that you supposed to say something then, got on his head. Uh I did not see peace. The see how this exchange went between him and landlord. But he said, don't talk about my lady like that. And don't say stuff like I don't know. That's what he said. Uh it's a touchy subject. And when I discussed it with him, trying to get a better understanding on his panel, I went up there to talk to him about it. Because I had put it in the chat. I didn't know what the hell was going on. And I wanted to know more. Well, when he talked on the chat on the panel, he was saying something about landlord that talked under her clothes. He had her picture up as his thumbnail, and he was talking under her clothes. And so I was saying to myself, is this picture, is she half naked on the picture? How you get it? Because Pizarro had been reading something about, he put on his community wall about sexual harassment and this and that. Well, he had got a picture of RNY somewhere and was using that as his thumbnail. Envy. Now, I'm going to tell you this here. Ever since I've been over there in that Mo 3 sector, they use other people's pictures over there all the time. I seen you do it. Like Woo would go off and take that out. This is my kid, and Woo would drive her cuckoo. But see, when they were putting her pictures up, it was the pictures of her children. That's what they say. That's why she was going off and shit. But from the picture that I've heard today, he had a RNY. She had all her clothes on. So I can't see why you had such a big being offended when you come from the sector and that's all they do is use pictures. The beef sector ain't truly like that. You know, now sometimes they'll put a thumbnail up sometime of a person, but it ain't like they make a big deal out of it over here. Because if it was a big deal, they would do it more. But over there in the Mo 3 sector, they do it all the fucking time. They've been doing that shit ever since I've been over there. And that's your sector. And I seen you do it a little bit, play around with it a little bit over here. When you first got with RNY, you was putting MU picture up there. You was playing it. You was doing that. You was doing it with RNY was sitting right up there with you and you was doing it. Putting MU up. And you were doing that because you were doing that like you was a big man. But you had a woman. And it led to MU hitting your panel and telling you, I don't want to be involved in this shit. I ain't in this. Don't be using me. But you, like I said, if you hadn't been using the pictures of like what you was accusing landlord of doing, you had done. It's have to be, you have to make it make sense. And then, like I said, you from a sector, that's all they do is use other people's pictures over there. Sometimes it be the same, same picture up there a couple of times, you know, and it's certain different people behind those avatars over there in the Mode 3 sector. You have to just be over there for a while and you have to kind of get the shit, you know. But uh, I I don't know what to tell you, Evan. You got to come off that porch though, and like I told you, when you get into it with people, if you got a man or a woman over here, they gonna drag them. They gonna drag you and them. So what you gonna do every time they do that? Stay on the porch. You ain't gonna survive in the beach sector. Beach sector eat a weak person up, and they have been really lenient with you. The people from the beach sector have been very, very lenient with you. They haven't drug you like they can, because when they do, you always step back, so they don't want to look like they bullying. I think, and then they don't know how you fight. You know what I'm saying? Uh, you haven't shown yourself to be an opponent. We don't know what kind of opponent you are, because you retreat back every time somebody say something. You know, every time, like Diva say something, you jump back. Lemon have come at you several times, you jump back. Other people have came at you. The beef sector observed everybody that's over here, and especially if you're from another sector, it's a million eyes on you at all times. Which it's a million eyes on me when I go to the other sectors. They want to know how I fight. They want to know if I'm a pushover, a easy lick, a easy. They want to know that. It's the same thing. The way I'm being observed, you're being observed. It is what it is. You know, I just let's just go for it. Like, and then like Rodney gets out here and he the gang bang. Rodney don't give a damn if you a woman. He'll knock your head off. And Rodney be getting in trouble for doing it, but he still do it. But Rodney will fight a man on here too though. But if you a hoe, he ain't caring nothing about you being no woman. Honey, Rodney be saying it on site. He be talking like that. On site. That's what he be saying. Towards some of these women on here. Shit. But it is what it is, Envy. And Lemon be hitting the panels, y'all. It's so funny. When Lemon be moving around, like over in the Mo 3 sector or wherever, he'll ask them, hey, I got something I need to ask you. Can y'all come and get Envy and take him back? I be hollering when he say that. But Lemon say it all the time. Now I trolled uh Envy over there. When I went over there the other day. Uh when I hit the pedal, I trolled him. Because I let him know, like when I was in the chat, that was the day that the witness list was released of the people that might testify in the trial. They released the list, and y'all, it was almost 200 names on there. Okay. Well, I had put in the chat that they had released the witness list, letting NB know, giving them a heads up. Hey, did you hear that they released the witness list in the three murder case, and it's over 100 people on there. That's what I put in the chat, and he didn't know. They said, "No, I didn't know that." I said, "Yeah, that's what's going around." And so I asked him to drop the link because I had questions, and he dropped the link. And when I got up there, uh, we talked about the issue that he was having with the landlord and RNY pizza. He was asking the questions regarding that to me. Well, after he asked those questions, him and RNY, then we moved over to the Mo 3 case. And so I was telling everybody, I said, they just released that list and it's going, that's what everybody talking about over the Mo 3 sector. And I just wanted you to know, and there's over 100 people on that list, and you'd be surprised at some of the names. But like I told him, I don't know a lot of people on that list. I don't know none of them people. I might know one or two, you know. And so then I say envy. And guess what? I say your name was on there, and RNY name was beside your name in parentheses on the witness list. And then he got to kind of, he was, my God, and this and that. Then I said, I just know I seen your name and I see RNY name in parentheses beside your name as being witnesses, that could be called to testify. And he was like, what's my name doing in this and that? I said, I don't know, but they got your name in this shit. And I said, I don't know who you would even contact with to let them know why y'all got me on this list. Well, I need to research that and this and that. I said now you probably need to go Hayes, DGs, or I called different ones he could go to their lives to see if they put the list up. And I told him that China was showing it on Kick or something. I said, you should be able to get it over there. And I said, Hayes been putting pages up over there. And I told him it's more than one page, it's several pages. And your name is on there with RNY parentheses. And I just kept on and on. Y'all, I trolled the shit out of here. You hear me? I had that nigga thinking his name was on that list that RNY name was too, y'all. He got so nervous and he was trembling because he thought his name was on the list. And I hadn't talked to him since then. And I'm had to, I've been just laying low, okay? Well, yeah, I had that man thinking his name was on that list. But I'm gonna tell you something else about the list. The list that had almost 200 names on it. The next day, there was another, like it was some adjustments made to the original list, and they added more names. Now they took one name off of the original list that was released, and that was this little boy's name. I think it was one of the guys that's gonna be on trial. I think it was his son. They took his name off the list, but then they released more names of people, and it's over 200 now. The trial starts, I think, 20 something. I don't know the exact date, but when I find out what the exact date is, because I know I told you guys I'm gonna be keeping up with that. If it's televised, I will be, watching it like I did the Young Thou trial. Um, and it is what it is. You know, I just hope the man get justice to for whoever did that. I hope you know, they get whatever they supposed to get, because that was awful. It's awful every time a young man, no matter what race, young man died. Like that little bit Nolan Wells little boy. I watched his funeral the other day, and that's sad. You send your child over to with his white friends to go have fun at the lake, and you don't see him no more. And then you hear a couple of days later that they found him washed up ashore, and he don't look right. They didn't have enough courtesy. If the boy would have fell out the boat, which I don't think he did, but they didn't have enough courtesy to call his mama and let her know. That's what I'm talking about. That's the friends. How many of us have them? You know what I'm saying? You could be right there. That boy didn't have no clue that them boys didn't like him. He thought that was his friend. Now my son have a lot of white friends. His best friend is a white guy. He was the best man at their wedding, and they little girl's godfather, and all of that. But I've always told him, you keep, hey, you gotta keep an eye out. Don't be no fool. You know, I tell him, don't be no fool. You better keep your head on a swivel. You know, I say because uh, don't, mm-mm. And don't. If it's something dangerous, don't be no part of it. Or you want to do this? No, I don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Don't be a statistic. That little boy had no idea that was gonna happen to him. But them boys didn't like him, and he didn't even know it. That's the killing part about it. They couldn't even have an open casket. That's how much they cared about him and his mama. It just hurt my heart. Somebody that young, 18. And now they getting caught all up in lies and stuff. Why you lying? Why you study getting caught in lies? Just tell what the hell happened. If it was an accident, it couldn't have been an accident with y'all doing with all these motherfucking lies. It wasn't no accident. Whatever happened to him. They lied like the little boy had drugs in his system. He ain't had no goddamn dope in his system. Talking about methamphetamine and cocaine. Y'all hear me? And that woman was so hurt. And the daddy just hurt. Sent a perfectly healthy little boy off. And got a corpse in a coffin that you can't even show. All right, now let me tell you this here. Tulsa, I did a short letting Tulsa know that her milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and that she's over there trending in the Mo3 sector. She's still trending. Now I don't know what today gonna be like, but like I said, over there, wee hours of the morning, your name is still popping over there. Uh, you want this attention, whether it's good or bad, because you always, you know, how do you? Everybody know how you move. You don't care if it's good publicity or bad publicity. As long as your name out there, well, child, your name is out there. And the lady Jasmine, she wants to talk to you on a panel. Now I don't know what panel it'll be because Tustin, you over there acting a fool over there in the Mo 3 said, how you and 88 fall out? You can't it can't be over there. Now I don't know if it could be at Sin City. It might. That might be the place where you would meet Jasmine at. But girl, now now I see why Jackie them, okay? So you have been dragging Jackie them forever. And I don't know why you went over there to her place the other day. But you got balls like that. You'll do shit like that. You'll talk about people and then go over there and sit on their panel. I know that about you. Everybody over here know that about you. That's why some panels they don't allow your ass at because of you doing shit like that. Doing you. And I love it, honey. But Jasmine wants to talk to you, Tulsa. So I don't know how y'all can get that together. I don't know if it could be over there at Sins or whatever. Now her name is Velvet Cat. That's her name that she used for that Jasmine uses for YouTube, Velvet Cat. So I don't know if when you see that if she be in your chat, I don't know if you know that's her name or what. And see, I seen one of your lives, Tulsa. So I don't know what's been going on with you. However you're moving around or whatever. I don't see you out here in the streets, but I know you out here because I heard you be over there seeing. But don't F it up over there, girl, because you ain't gonna have nowhere to go. If you mess it up over there seeing, you ain't gonna have nowhere to go over there no more 3 seconds, girl. So they out for your head. Okay. Now when she did her live the other day, she Tulsa said that there have been individuals that have been contacting her uninvited, you know, unwarranted. And she also said somebody's wife contacted her. I don't know if that was Jasmine or what, because Jasmine and Book are not married. But hell, it could be somebody's husband that's in her DM. I don't know. Now, Tulsa said that 357 is obsessed with her. Now you know 357 gonna tear your head up, Tulsa. Tulsa also said that the Mo 3 sector is trash. Tulsa also said that Ratchet tried to lure her to Texas. She said that she had been asked to send people guys nudes of her. So like I said, I don't know what the outcome gonna be on this, but that is what it is. Let me see. I think that's it for the beef sector. Let me- I'm just looking to make sure. Yeah, I got everybody. Now we getting ready to roll over here to the Mo 3 sector, child. Now the Mo 3 set to be exciting to me. Um, I like the different characters over there. Um, it is what it is. I like the storylines. Um, and then I'm from the beef sector. I've seen a lot of stuff over here, and when the beef sector, whenever it heats up, I do be over here. You know, but a lot of stuff is like repetitive. stuff that I'm just not interested in. That makeup, these makeup shows, you know, I ain't studying that. The challenges, I ain't studying that. Uh, Now I like to see the guys into it. You know, but like I said, I like over there because it's like male, female. I'm more interested is in male and female instead of male, male, female, female. I don't. I just need some break from the beef sector sometimes, and I like where I be at over there. They have better storylines right now. Okay, in the Mo three section. All right, now I went to my hairs. I'm gonna go over there. Now that's my spot. But my hair have not been going live as much. Uh, like with Mo three sector stuff, he been doing a lot of the news stuff, which is good because that's where he get his viewership at and all of that. I understand because he don't want to be like beefing all the time, you know, and reporting on the beefing and all that. But when he go live, he have good lives, and then they gets up there next to goddamn food. Uh, and I love it. Okay, now his channels also talk about a lot about the Mo three case, like paperwork, uh, what's being said. Um, you know, like he went over the witness list the other day. The witness list that came out. He discussed different people that was on the list. They go more in depth, like Bull, Mahia, Josh, CB. You know, they they do Mo three content. About the case and stuff like that. Now, there's a lot of content creators over there in the Mo three beef sector that don't do no. They don't do a lot of reporting on the Mo three stuff. Like Broadway, he don't talk about the case or nothing at all. He ain't really got nothing to say about it. You know, he'll say a little bit sometime, but as far as like researching and all of that and who said what and all that, nope. Now he ain't gonna do that. If you don't want to hear Mo three content, go over there to Broadway because it get they discuss it a little bit and they get to he ready for the next subject. It's very little about that case being discussed at his channel. Now it like last night, Rainwater came by. He stopped in, and they talked a little bit, but they didn't talk a whole lot. Now Rainwater have been moving around to different places, like he go to 88s and stuff. But like Cam, you don't hear a bunch of Cams about the case. Big Baby, in some places over there you don't really hear about the Mo three case, but then it's some places that right now, especially when the trial coming up, that's all you gonna hear is they're gonna be talking about the Mo three case, which the sector's named after the man. That's why it was created. So I understand that, but like I said, I don't want to get my mind sullied, thinking a certain way right now. I want to be at the trial with an open mind. I don't want to have that, perceived. I want to be my mind to be fresh when I go. Just if the lab, if the trial is televised, I want to have, just I don't want no veil on my eyes. I want my eyes wide open and my ears wide open to hear the facts that these people are talking about. That's on the witness stand. Okay. Uh, I'm on the side of justice. That's the side I'm on, and that's concerning any trial right here. You know. Um, Now my hair, like I said, you hear about like a lot over there about that. Um, Now he had Asia on the panel, uh, 88, OG Bobby Johnson, several people. Now Asia, she have been in attack mode. Like every once in a while when Asia get out here on these streets, she ready to fight, and I mean fight. And so she has been being bought off the panels a lot over the Mo 3 section because they don't want to hear her, because she do scream and stuff like that, and they just don't want to hear it. And a lot of times, when she first hit the panel, they'll buy her down. Or when she first go in the chat, they'll buy at the chat. Now Mahal did went over the list, and like he said on that first list. Now I didn't stay in that whole live, okay? Because like I said, I don't know none of the people. But on his first list, it was 172 people on that list. Well, the next day, I told you it was a revised list that came out. The amount went from 172 to 252. That's a lot of damn people. Now I know all of them people ain't gonna get called up there, you know. Now a lot of times they'll put a whole bunch of people on the witness list so they can't even be in the courtroom. They don't want them in there, so they'll put them up as a witness when they ain't gonna call them at all. And I think that's what a lot of these names are. It's them people they don't want in that courtroom. You know, they're gonna have them over in another area or room where they can't be listening and looking at the trial and all of that. Now, when they release them from being a witness, then they can come in their courtroom. But as long as they ask on that witness list, so I think that's a strategy, which they do that on some of these trials, and it's being a high profile trial, you know. Um, Now, one thing they have been talking about, and they had the pretrial last week. They have been saying that his Mo 3 brother haven't been in court in there, but his mother have. Well, a lot of people think that his brother should be there to support his mother. Now, I don't know nothing about that. I don't know why the man ain't going there. If it was my mama, I would have been there. You know, right beside her. Cause she done lost a child. She done lost one of us, and I wouldn't have her sitting up there alone. You know, and I know my family. If it was some shit like that going on involved in my mama, all of my brothers and sisters would have been sitting right there with mama. You know, but that's how we do things. With other people don't. It might be too much for them to go in there. I don't know. Uh, and on that new list when they revised it, they took one name off of it. They retracted, and that name that was Devin Brown's son was taken off the list. Now that person, Devin son, I think that son is with um, Joss, and that's Jackie's sister. And I think they took him off the list, and I'm glad of that because that little boy didn't need to be looking at nothing like that. He didn't need to be involved in nothing like that. Grown folks asking him questions that he don't even know. Thank you, Jesus, for that. Okay, now that's enough of that. Okay, because like I said, when a lot of time when they start talking about that Mo3 stuff, I'll go somewhere else and move around. On YouTube. Because like I said, I don't want to get deep involved in that. So when Mahale was over there doing that paperwork, I exited. I went in there and hollered, and I bounced. Okay, now I went by Lex, and Coolin was up there. BZ, T Topics, Bobby Johnson, Jasmine, and Uh, Mike Martin, my buddy. Now Bobby Johnson was up there, and he was being Bobby, acting a damn fool up on the panel. Okay, he acted such a fool. They bought him off the panel because the people just got tired of him. Because sometimes he gets on your damn last nerve. And Lack and Pretty Trucker, they are out traveling right now. Uh, they was in Compton one time when they went live, and then they in Arizona right now. Now I don't know how long they're gonna be in Arizona. Okay, now Jasmine, she have been hitting panels like talking about her and Book relationship. Both of them have been talking really bad about each other. Um, and Coolin, when she was at Lax, she said she really ain't got nothing to say about Jasmine and Book because she said she went through this shit with Jasmine years ago, and she refused to do a repeat like right now with this Jasmine and Book thing. She say she ain't got nothing to say here, nothing to say about it. She say because she got involved in the shit last time, and then they wound up back together. And she say she ain't for Book and she ain't for Jasmine. She don't give a damn. Well, 357 had been live earlier, and she had been up on his panel. And after she left 357, she went over to Lex. And it was the same old thing, her complaining and talking about what our Book do wrong, and that I want him to see his daughters. I want him. We're not together, but I want us to have family together. Hopefully, he can. We can be back together as a family. She's saying the same thing on everybody panel. She playing a lot of this shit over there that she doing. She playing dumb and she ain't dumb. Can't nobody that dumb. If he that bad, if Book as bad as she say he is, why would you want to keep put together a family with the man still? If he don't supply money for you and the children, if he don't do this and he don't do that, and he mess around with this person, he mess around with that person, he called me this, he calls me that. You know, it's just they both of them back and forth saying stuff. Now he been live on her, and he have been showing receipts. He showed receipts, I think, last night, and a couple of, he can show receipts on her a couple of times, and she have showed receipts on him too, because She showed receipts over there at Broadway's the other night. But he's still showing receipts like he was showing receipts last night. You know. Uh like when I first started listening to her, I did feel sorry for her. But now I don't. And she talked about how mad he called her, out of her name and uh just everything. What you study saying that we're working on our family, we've been going to counseling, we're doing this and we're doing that. He can't be that bad. And another thing, you might be trying to change him into something he don't want to be. You know, you you, uh, you know you might he might not want to go this. He might want to go left, and you want to go right. You know, I don't know what to say. I'm not gonna tell you to lead a man, and I ain't gonna, cause y'all got kids together, and I don't tell folks to lead a man. But y'all not living together right now. You're separated. I don't care if y'all get back together or not. But I just have hopefully y'all can get it stable enough, to fake it in front of your kids. Don't be doing that bullshitting with them. Don't let them be in this turmoil that y'all in, you know, because you got two little girls to look after. Both of y'all got two little girls, and she pregnant now with a little boy. And now she talking about getting rid of the boy. Now, I don't know if that procedure, you can do it in Florida. I don't know the rules because, all these different states got some different rules. So, I don't know. I wouldn't, I ain't going to say nothing. I ain't going to say what I'd do. But I know if I know the gender, if I wanted to get to that level, I don't think I would get rid of it. You know, and it's a little boy. Now that I just don't go along with that. But if you got the heart to do that, do it. I ain't gonna judge you. You know, it's just a procedure I never have had done, and because I think if you lay down, if you big enough to lay there and get pregnant, you got to be big enough to have it. Because everybody grown. Ain't nobody no kid. Like that Jasmine lady, she like 40 something. And that ain't no baby. That ain't no person that's naive because Book wasn't your first man. It ain't like you was an innocent little girl that he mad, got with. No, you a grown ass woman. You was in your 30s when y'all got together. Too old to be complaining and crying about if this person's so bad. He can't be that bad. You won't keep calling them and telling them to come over there and see them kids if he was that bad. You know, and it is. I can't get no plainer than that. And I did tell Broadway the last night, right before he left, before he went out, that I'm just sick of your storyline, Jasmine. Now the night he's supposed to be doing that show for you, for the love of Jasmine, and I hope you pick one of them niggas, and I don't hear nothing out you for a while. You know, because you've been complaining around this damn parts about 2 weeks, and I'm sick of it. It's only so much of that kind of shit I can take. Now Gina went up there and she cussed your ass out last night, but then she got out the panel. But I was hoping that she would have stayed up there. Gina, you should have stayed up there and just kept dragging her. Okay? Gina, if she come over there tonight with that bullshit, let's me and you get up there and drag the hell out of her. Gina, I know you ain't out there listening, but somebody, y'all tell Gina that I see it. Because you know I don't fuck with Gina. But if she want to get up there with me and we tag team on her, that girl, let's do it. Let's get called bullies. Okay, Gina? And anybody else that's tired of this shit and don't want to hear this shit no more at that shit, hit that goddamn panel and cuss her ass out. Okay? If you're tired of it, if you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, okay? Um, and y'all, Cooling ain't shit, okay? Cooling was up there, and she really wasn't talking about. She didn't want to get in that shit with Jasmine and Book because she said she been there and done that, and she said she refused to go back again. But Lactel started asking uh, Jasmine why she had still had unprotected sex with Book after he had been with somebody else using unprotected sex. And Cooling got a picture, check. They would say you should have had a condom on, and you know how the people is. You should have done a lot of shit. Okay, we should have not had sex and unprotected and had a baby. But people do it. You shouldn't do it, but people do it. Okay, but they was out talking all that shit to Jasmine, and I think it was cooler. Child, she put a picture up on her thumbnail, and I passed out 10 times. It was a guy standing up, and he had a condom that covered his whole body. They say that's the kind of condom that she should have been using with Book, y'all. I fell out. They put that damn thumbnail up there. I passed out. That fool, his whole body, he was in a condom. This guy standing up, a full body condom, y'all. I fell out. Now, if I had knew how to do it, I would have had that picture. I would have been showing y'all that picture today, in case y'all hadn't seen it. But that man had a full body condom on. Okay, I'm through with that. I'm at Jackie's child. Now you know I like Jackie. And Jackie, she was live. That was the next day after the Tulsa and Book thing and Jasmine come out at Broadway's. Well, Jackie had went live that night, and she was like in a good mood. Now Jackie done messed her leg up too, y'all. I want to let y'all know that she I don't know if she broke it. I don't know what she did with it, but she showed a picture of it, and it looked god awful. Okay, I don't know if she fell. I don't know what happened to her. I haven't. I'm gonna just go over there and hit the pound and ask her, Jackie, what the fuck happened to you? But she on crutches and shit right now. I don't know how long the pimp gonna be down because I think she might have to have surgery on her leg and all of that. Well, Jackie, I'm gonna tell you one thing, okay? I'm just gonna tell you just I'm just gonna tell you just straight up. Girl, that's part of life. Uh you're gonna have other things that happen to you. Your body's getting older. Uh you could misstep and mess your ankle all up. Like break bones and stuff like that. All I can tell you to do, baby, is be careful, cause you at the age you don't need to be breaking nothing. You ain't no spring chicken. You are young still, but things like this happen in people's life as we get older. Now I walked around here my whole life because I used to always say I ain't never broke nothing. I ain't never broke a bone in my, I ain't broke a bone. You know, when I was a girl, people wound up with broken arms and legs and this and that. That wasn't me. I was in my 50s and messed my goddamn ankle up. I stepped on this damn ankle wrong and it twisted and it broke all kind of bone. I didn't know I had messed myself up that bad, but I got to, you know, it. Ooh, I tried to walk on it. Then I said, "Oh, you done messed up." And when it twisted, I could hear it, making sounds and shit. But it didn't just in my head. It didn't let me know, bitch. You done messed your shit up. And when I went to the hospital, and they X-rayed it. That's how I found out it was that bad. I had to go I couldn't even get the surgery done in my town. I had to go in the ambulance to another town, to the big city, where they had specialists for crushed ankles and all that kind of shit. But they wound up putting two pins in my leg, in my ankle. Sure did. They had to go in there and clean all this shit out. I messed myself up. Stepped down wrong. And it was like the way I stepped, it twisted, and then all my weight went, all my weight, every pound I got on my body went on that ankle. And it crushed it. Okay. And I had to I was messed up. But like I said, the older you get, all kind of different shit happen. But yeah, I went way to 50 some years old, never broke a bone. And when I broke it, when I did a doozy. Now, Bobby Johnson, he was up there. He was trying to put his rap on. He wanted to sound so intelligent talking to Jasmine. And they say he been chasing her around the Mo3 set, okay? He trying to be a shoulder to cry on. Like them old doggish ass wolves that'll lurk around when your man gone. Or when you and your man have an argument, and y'all ain't okay right now. Try to slip in and get some and then go. He one of them kind of nigga. He up there being so understanding with her and asking her all the right questions and stuff. And the people got sick and tired of that bullshit and they bought his ass down. Well, Bobby didn't like that very much. And he was in the backstage. That fool was backstage and he had a mask on. He was giving lack the finger and doing all kind of weird shit back there. He was flashing money back there and everything. And so the person that sent Lack the money to buy Bobby down, Lack sent the money back to them because he wanted that fool up there so everybody could see him with his mask on and him giving fingers and him flashing that money. And y'all, that money he been flashing, that's prop money, that money that you buy from Amazon, and all the serial numbers is the same. and it kind of look like money, but then they have that blue ink and all that other kind of bullshit in there on there that don't be on real money. That nigga been flashing that shit for a year. Oh Lord, that damn Bobby is a mess. Do you hear me? But Black gave them their money back because he wanted everybody to see it. And he said, Black told him that his money wasn't good over there. You know, that kind of money. Oh Lord, that was so funny. But we had a good laugh over there. You know, at Lex, I like being over there too. You know, he do the late night show a lot. When the nights that he sometimes he'll go on after Broadway, but normally he'll be coming on like the night that Broadway don't be on. But see, right now he traveling with Pretty Trucker, you know. So I don't know when he'll do a solo again. But Tulsa, that went about Jackie's, and that's when the stuff about Tulsa was running around over there. When I came over here and talked about it, well, Tulsa, which I knew she was gonna wind up in the Mo3 sector when I let her know that her name has been being run over there. She was a student. So I seen Jackie was live. And I said, shit, let me stop here because wasn't nobody really doing nothing. Uh wasn't nobody really live. And so I said, seen Jackie, and so I went over there. And Tulsa was over there. And I was saying, what is she doing over here? Because she don't like Jackie. She talks shit about Jackie. That's what was going through my mind. And I'm sure it was going through other people's minds too. Okay, because when Tulsa hit panels over there like seeing, she gonna talk about Jackie them like a dog. But Tulsa had her black ass in the chat. And Tulsa had asked for the link. And Jackie said, I can't drop the link because whatever she was on, I think the vertical stuff some kind of way, the link is hard to pin on some of the lives. And this was a live that it was like that. And Jackie was having trouble. Then she was saying, I'll go to my community wall and put the link. Maybe y'all can hit it like that. You know, she was just trying to figure out a way for people to hit the link. Well, then once Tulsa went in to hit the chat and was typing, different people was put like Jackie's people. They were saying she don't like you, Jackie. Jackie, she been talking about you. They were just putting all kind of messages. She been talking about your mama. She been talking about your sisters. Jackie, she said this, and then Jackie said, "No, surely Tulsa ain't been talking about me like that." Because Jackie hadn't heard her talking about her like that, but she been talking about Jackie like a dog for a long time. Well, child, when Jackie, she was saying, I just can't believe that, Tulsa. You wouldn't dare ask me for the link, and you've been talking about me. What do you mean? I am shocked at you, Tulsa. And then she got a phone call, and I don't know who it was. Well, I found out who it was in a couple of lines later. I found out Mahails that last night who lied that was, okay? Who had called Jackie. And whoever it was, she was saying, Jackie was saying, now she was calling them other people reliable sources, the people that was in the chat. But then she got that phone call and she said, when she come back on the line, she said, now I know that was a reliable. I believe anything that person say. Tulsa, and then she started dragging Tulsa out, y'all. She drove Tulsa from here to Japan. Oh, I got to tell y'all this here. Y'all remember I told you guys that my brother was moving to Taiwan? Remember I told you that? He finally left. He left Sunday. Well, actually, Sunday morning at 2 a.m. And he arrived in Taiwan at 9 p.m. Tuesday night. He over there. But before he left, like over a month ago, he showed me uh he got like a 1 bedroom apartment on the beach, and it's walking distance to 5 golf courses because he's a golfer. Um, he's honey, he over there. He sure did. He got rid of everything except his truck. He got rid of everything except his truck. Like when his divorce got final and they separated everything, he got a place where he moved in with one of his best friends, and until he got his affairs in order to leave here, he went on the internet, got his apartment and everything. And my brother is gone, honey. He sure did. Okay, so Jackie started dragging his Tulsa. Wait a minute. And whoever was on the phone told Jackie that Tulsa had been talking about her mama, and her sisters. And Jackie was like, "It is what it is," and she said she was gonna drag Tulsa every time she thought about it. And she said that Tulsa looked like cooling in a wig, but then she was saying that was a joke. Okay, she called her a stiff wig wearing nigga. She said you got she got her wig off a mannequin head at Party City. She called her a flat chested hoe. And she said Tulsa didn't have no money to get her body done. She called her a DL Hughley looking ass nigga. She called Tulsa a ugly ass punk. She told her to go back to Sin City, hoe. And then started calling Tulsa Matthew. She said that Tulsa looked like a Matthew. Okay, now I'm through with Jackie. Now, and Tulsa liked to go. She would hang around with eight over there at 88. 88 had her where she can come over there and get on her panel and stuff. Well, I don't know if where they bumped heads at or whatever happened. But Tulsa, you can't go over there no more because hey, they've been dragging the hell out you, girl. I don't, I don't know what happened. I missed that. But I don't go to 88s a lot, and I don't know why I don't. And okay, now another thing that happened when Jackie was live, 88 was live too. And Jackie said that some guy named Dirty was over there at 88's, and he's some guy that has been in prison. And you know, and I heard he a stepper. So I don't know if that was said toward Tuss or whatever, but I heard he ain't nothing nice. Now I don't know this dirty guy, whoever his name is. I think it's Dirty. I don't know nothing about him or nothing. But they said Jackie said he was over at 88 the same night she was live. He was over there on 88 live, and I forgot to take my ass over there to see if I could see his face or anything. You know, if in case it's a new character unlocked, but if he like No, I don't know nothing. Nothing. I'll just go over there and see if I can see him, and he might wind up being over there at Jackie's too. I don't know, but that's a character that was unlocked the other day. I don't know if he's gonna be part of the multi sector or not. Now Cam went live, and he was so excited the other night, y'all. He went live, and him and uh, what is his name? Ronnie BFH. They have been cool on here for years. They have opened a studio. You can make music in the studio if you want to, like rent it, and you can also do podcasts in there. And he was so excited, and I was happy for Cam. Cam is a working young man. You know, him and Ronnie, they had a little studio in Ronnie garage, but see, they done moved on up in that in a building now. And he said that the lease is paid, is for a year in this building. Um, so I'm proud of him, but he was really, really happy. Now, like I said, Cam is a working man. Um, it is what it is, and the man, when he get his mind made up on something, he do it. Uh, on his live, Lemon was over there, Ratchet, Ronnie, a guy named Stan G, Big Dot, and y'all know Big Dot from Lemons. That's that girl. Jackie and Candace. Okay, now Cam went live a couple of nights ago, and he was very upset when he came live. He was dragging the hell out of Isha. And I was saying, why is he going at Isha like this? Y'all, he was talking about Isha like a dog. He was telling her pussy stank, which that's the first thing they go for. He was telling her she got bumps on her pussy. Uh, he said her pussy look like Star Crunch. It's got Star Crunch on it. And then his phone was messing up because y'all know stream y'all been messing up. And he said that his phone was infected by that Isha virus. And he said she walk around and she got a peculiar odor. And he said that she smelled like trash day Monday downstairs. Wait a minute. Hold up. Let me go. This thing is so sensitive. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, now Big Dot, when she hit the panel, she say she moving to Texas. And she say it's gonna either be in Sugarland or San Antonio. And they was asking her why would she leave California and stuff. And she say she's tired of California. She wanna do better for herself. And she thinking that some people they move. And I don't see nothing wrong with it. The woman is young. The world is hers. And if she gonna go, now's the time to go. She ain't getting no younger. And if it don't work, she can always go back to California. I wish her the best. But she sounded like she had her mind made up, you know. But she said she need to get the hell away from California. And sometimes you got to do that, to to get your, just to readjust. I don't like it here anymore. I need to, I want to go somewhere else. And so she's gonna be in Sugar Land or either San Antonio. And I just wish her well whenever if she do go. Like Cream, she moved from California to Texas. And she's still there. She she established now in Texas. That's her home. Some people do that. I just gotta get away, you know. I can feel that. I did that before, in my younger years. Okay, now we getting the bimp. He went live. He Sherberry was up there, sweetest, Jasmine, Book, Zoo, Slim, Danny, straight like that, Meek. Well, sweetest Brown when she hit the link, her and Meek got into it, and her and Zoo got into it. Jasmine, her and Book got into it. Now that's the first time I started noticing Jasmine on panels was at Books. Was at Bimps. I don't know very much about Jasmine. You know, maybe when she was here, when her and Book was going through whatever they was going through years ago, because I know I was over in the Mo 3 sector, I probably just didn't know them. Because y'all remember when Book came back this time, I didn't know Book. I had to get to learn him. How he moved, who he cool with and all that. By observing and moving around, that's how you find out who and who and stuff. And some people I don't never figure out. But I know that Book really crazy about Mink. He hang around with Mink, not on my watch. Asia, Danny used to be with him. Lady A. They got their own crew. Okay. And then they have lives. I be into it like sometime at Martello, Jet, King James, you know, several people. Well, I just noticed that when Book came back, I know he would say, "Do you know who I am?" And then I just had got to know how he moved and stuff. And so just like with him and Jasmine going through this is my first experience with them with a breakup or whatever they're going through. I've never seen this before. So it to me it's surprising. But like Cooling and other people in the Mo 3 sector, they're not surprised at this. Which some people do break up on here and make up. And it be public, here, out in the open. So I guess that's how it is gonna be with them. I don't know. I don't know if they went too far or whatever, or if this the way their relationship work. Because some people, that's how their relationship work. They argue all the time. I know people like in my everyday life. That's how they get along. They love each other. They for the bullshit. And see, I like me. I can't take that shit. I ain't want to argue with nobody every day, especially nobody I love. I want to have fun with you. You're my mate. That's what I like to do. But now sometimes I do get out of I go off now. I ain't no lovey dovey all the time. Now sometimes I get in my feelings and I ask for food. You know, but luckily my mate don't act no food. You know, he don't come to me like that. I go at him. You know, until I settle down. Then I get back in my role. You know, being the loving, warm woman that he needs. Okay. Now, on this night, it was 357, Duck, Asia, Jasmine, Payday. Wait a minute, no, I skipped. No, I skipped. I'm still at Bimps. Okay, now Swedish Brown, child, she wasn't nothing nice that night. Swedish Brown was what that bullshitting it, and she was dragging her ass off. You hear me? She was fighting two and three at a time. She had the flow. Wasn't nobody else saying shit. Every once in a while, a Bimp will say, "Damn, honey, shut." Uh, Swedish was she would fight Mink, Asia, uh, Zoo. She was fighting everybody, and she said that she was for that shit. And like I said, Jasmine Book got into it. Uh, and somebody named TMZ journalist. I don't know that person, but I've seen them before on the panel. That person drugged the FUCK out of Zoo. She had him where he was fumbling over his tongue. Yeah. He ooh uh he was almost about to cry. Whoever that person is, they know him like from where he used to be in on YouTube. He hung around with like it's people on here that's white that talk about they call niggers. They talk about niggers. And wherever this is, Zoo hangs around over there with them people. That's where he come from, and then he goes over there and he get them and bring them to certain areas over here in the Mo 3 sector. And like when he into it with somebody, he'll go get them guys and they come over too. Like they over at Danny's, they be over there messing with her. Um, and I heard now audio. I think he from over there where them people be. They like to call you niggas and stuff, them white folk. Cause I allegedly audio, his name was like token nigga or some shit like that before he came to the beef sector. Wherever this is over there, now I don't know if it's them British people or whatever. I don't know if they're American. I don't know. I don't want to go over there. I don't know all that bullshit. Now, I have been in some of these areas before, but I have went with other people. Like one time, IGT, we all went. I went over there with IGT so she could troll. Okay, I don't do that. I did that one time, and I was saying, uh, I have no time for that. You know, for them people sit up and calling me nigga. I ain't gonna. I got other stuff I can do on YouTube besides that. I don't think it's funny. I don't want to joke with you. I don't want to try to talk you into not calling us niggas. Uh, that's what you want to do, do it. But I ain't got to be around you. But it's areas on YouTube is like that, okay? And it's black areas over here that do that. Talk about white people like a dog. It is what it is. Um, but Zeus still hang around with them people, like I said, and like he been going at Danny. Well, them people is be in her chat. Let me tell you one damn thing about Danny. She cussed them out so bad. She talked to them motherfuckers like they got tail. They don't even come over there no more. Cause Danny told her moms, don't block them motherfuckers. And she be talking about them like they ain't shit. Which they ain't. Now they was helping Zoo when he was sending her them pizzas and the dead rats and the cow manure and all that kind of bullshit. And they was involved in that too. But they thought they were gonna troll Danny to make her cry and all that shit. Danny stood up on that panel and she talked to them people like a dog. And Danny has been live a couple of times, but I have been missing him. I got to go catch up. I want to see if she still haven't being harassed by them people. Because they thought they was going to break her down. But no, it just made Danny stronger. And she fought them bitches. She fought them bitches by herself. You hear me? Every once in a while, somebody get on the panel and, say shit to them. But Danny been handling them bitches by herself. And I'm shout out to Danny, honey. But like I said, whoever that journalist TMZ, she 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 be fucking Zoo up. Okay, now Jasmine had got on Pimp Live, and she was saying a lot of stuff about Book. Like I said, that's the first time I seen a woman over there was on Book. But I always heard he got a pretty woman, and Jasmine is a pretty lady. She's like 40 something. Uh, but she had, she thick, you know, she not no skinny woman, you know, she thick, big old booty and everything. But sometimes if Book is not happy with her, if she don't do it for him, it is what it is. Everybody ain't meant to be together. They time might be up. He not in the home. He might not be in her no more. Shit change. You know, but the lady he got up, that woman is pretty. You know, she's a real pretty lady. But sometimes pretty don't cut it. You know, he he might wind up with just a plain Jane out there. You never can tell. You know, and sometimes a person can't do nothing for you to be pleased with them or you to be make them happy. There's nothing you could do sometimes. This ain't the one for you. But I wouldn't waste I wouldn't waste a whole bunch of time if it ain't working. It just ain't working. And like I say, you in your 40s, baby, you need to be trying to, and you at the age you just trying to chill. Get your man, whoever your man is, and chill. You don't want to be upset all the time, crying, and plus that ain't good for your little girls to see you upset. You're not at your best self when you're upset and crying over a relationship. You're not gonna be the best mother you can be. You're not gonna want to do things with your children if you upset with the man all the time. You know, and that's being miserable. Find something else to do. If you do be on YouTube, don't talk about him at all. Don't be talking like that bad about the man. And book the same thing to you. Don't be talking bad about your baby mama. I don't like to see that. It don't take all that. Y'all grown. It don't take all that to have a relationship. That's toxic. Y'all should be out there having fun with them kids. You like to skate. Hell, get you some skate. Teach them how to skate. That'll be something to do with y'all. It ain't that's free. When I have them kids, I be skating everywhere with my baby. If that's what you like to do, hell, that's something y'all could do together. You and your little girls. But I ain't raising your kids. You raise your kids how you want to. But it is what it is. And if y'all want y'all relationship to play out on this MF, I'm gonna watch it. I ain't turning my head or going to another channel. If I want to see the dumb shit, I'm gonna watch it. Okay. Now, people were on the panel. Different ladies was asking Jasmine, like giving advice and this and that, and asking questions too. Because they was being nosy, and the niggas was over there too, asking Jasmine different questions. Okay, get like getting in the business really bad. Okay, what child straight like that hit that damn panel, and he cussed them women out like dogs. He was saying y'all toxic, y'all. He was saying quit asking her about her goddamn business. Y'all need to find something else to do. He was going off because Jasmine was answering the questions and she was saying stuff about book and straight like that was saying this is crazy. Y'all crazy. Quit asking this woman that y'all toxic. And y'all ain't trying to give her no good advice. And he did. I mean, he went off for about 5 minutes and he just left. It was just he didn't like it. Okay, he showed it. He did not like it. Okay, yeah, he went. Oh, I said, damn straight. Well, now we're getting ready to get to the nitty gritty. Now this is at 3:57. After Bimp Live went off, 3:57 hit that live button. Okay, and he had wait a minute. It was Jackie. Wait a minute. No, this night it was 3:57. Duck, Asia, Jasmine, Payday, Bato. All right, now Jasmine had she was up there, you know, all that night, because Broadway Labs is long. Now she done left Bimp's, which Bimp was on for hours. Okay, then Broadway went on. And I think Broadway was on like 11, 10 or 11 hours. Okay. All right, Jasmine been on Bimp's live. Then she took it over to Broadway live, and she was up there the whole damn live, you know. And she was talking about book. And, I just wanted to see the babies, and they be crying for him. And she said the same thing over here, Bibbs. But then she took it to Broadway's. And Broadway was he asked her everything he thought he wanted to ask. He asked her 11,000 questions. And she sit up there and answered them like a fool. Well, they went on and on and on. And, it and she was just whining and stuff. And he makes me cry and he hurts my feelings and he need to see his children and we supposed to be a family and uh, we were in counseling and I bought him a $10,000 computer and he's supposed to be going to school and he took it and he stepped on he stomped on it when he was mad at me. Uh, he never keep his promises and he don't help with his children and he don't buy them anything and on and on and on and on. And Book got up there and no, he didn't get up, because he don't fool with Broadway. But it went on and on and on and on and on and on. And Kareem was up there, his son, Asia, Bato Reed, Jazz Longway, IGT Jackie, Rain, 88, Gina, and Gavin. It was several different people coming up there talking to this went on for nights, okay, nights and nights, okay. She was just saying everything against Book. And so this night, Broadway say, call that bitch ass nigga and tell him I said to come over here, you know, hit my damn link. And she like act like she was calling him, and then she was saying, he's not answering. He was saying, call him right now and this and that. He didn't answer. Well, she looked down in the chat and she say, I think that's him in the chat. He's in the chat. And what he's book Stephen Seven was cussing him out. You bitch ass nigga, hit this goddamn link, bitch. And he was going off. And so she was saying, yeah, that's him, that big troll. Uh 11768, that's him. And so Broadway put it up on the screen so everybody could see. And he was saying, that motherfucker right there. And she was saying, yeah, that's him. And 357, hit the goddamn link, bitch. And then Broadway say, bitch, you probably got a membership over here. Let me check my membership and see if your bitch ass got a membership. And that page had a membership. And he was saying, block that bitch and this and that. And it was crazy. And he was saying, bitch, you mean to tell me you got a membership on my motherfucking page and you ain't giving your kids nothing? You care more about putting money in my pocket than buying shit for your kids? Oh, he was going. He was going. Oh. And I was saying shit. But Book never did hit the panel. I don't know if when you block a person, I don't know enough about YouTube, but I don't know if you could be, if you block a person, can they still hit your link? Or I think he might have blocked and banned it. Or when you ban a person, can they hit your link? I don't know. I don't know the answer to them questions because I don't even drop my link no more after I got people on. But I'm just saying I don't know enough about it. But I do know because I heard this over there in the more 3 seconds that on Twitch and Kick, if you block a person or ban them over there, that's it for good. It ain't no come back to mine, unblock me and block. No, over there they say on those two applications that you block a person, they gonna be blocked, and they can't type in your chat. They can't look like when you lie. They can't see your lie. They can't keep up with what you're doing unless they make another page. And she said that book have like 90 some troll pages. I ain't got time. Y'all, I ain't got no troll page. I ain't got nothing but just one thing. I'm if I'm a troll, I'm gonna troll you under my name. If I'm gonna drag you, I'm gonna drag. Fuck that. I can't keep up. All them email addresses and shit. I can't keep up with that. That's too much for YouTube. When she said that woman say he got like 90 some troll pages, but he ain't the only one that have a lot of troll pages. But I ain't into this shit like that. I ain't in this. I ain't into the internet like that. Me can't be bothered with that. Me can't be bothered. Now, if I get struck out on this page, now I'll make another page out of another email address. I'll do that. But like as far as having a bunch of goddamn troll pages going around here fucking with folks no, I ain't gonna hide what I got to say to you. That's why I say what I said. What I said. And if we get into it, I probably ain't gonna, 9 times out of 10, I ain't gonna fuck with you no more. That's 9 times out of 10. I ain't, it's gonna be on and popping, or either I'm gonna ignore you. But every once in a while, I come out there and bust you in the side of the head. I keep letting you know I don't like you. You stay away from me, I'll stay away from you. But if we bump heads, we bump heads. That is what it is. That's the way I do it. And I ain't gonna change it. Cause I don't know none of these people. They don't know me. And I don't owe nobody on here nothing. I ain't loyalty. I ain't gonna do nothing against you, but I sure ain't no, I ain't gonna do a whole bunch for you. I ain't got nothing but a hello and goodbye. I don't want to be friends on here. I don't want to talk to you on no phone. I don't want you emailing me or texting me. I ain't no. Me can't be bothered. It is what it is. Well, she have been over there at Broadway. Well, wait a minute. Let me see. Duck was into it. Asia, like Duck and Asia, been into it for a while, and Kareem and his son was into it with Asia, because Kareem was driving his truck, whatever he was doing, because he a truck driver, and his son was in the truck with him. Now I think that his son might be grown or something like that, or right at grown. I don't know. He ain't no little boy, okay? Asia was into it. Now she got into it with Kareem and his son. She was into it with Jackie. She was into it with Gina. She was into it with Reed. She was into it with Rock Abato. She was into it with S. She was into it with everybody on the panel. Everybody. She was just into it. I like to see Asia when she acting like that though. She be here to everybody on Saturday, y'all. Ooh, jazz long way. And when Broadway was up there dragging book, and he told Jasmine that about Broadway, Jasmine, and SD was up there, and Broadway told Jasmine that Book has sucked Tulsa dick, and SD said, "Hell, Tulsa ain't sucked his dick yet." And I was saying, SDU is so ignorant. And Jasmine, when uh, Broadway was saying that Book and Tulsa had a thing going on, that's what he was telling Jasmine. Um, Jasmine said that she had to start watching. She was going to subscribe to Tulsa because she wanted to see what more about Tulsa. Okay, she wanted to know what's going on with Tulsa and Book. Uh, she just wanted to see how Tulsa moved around, get to know a little bit about her. So she was going to watch some of her videos. Cause 357 told Jasmine that Book was having an affair with Tulsa. He was telling her all kind of stuff. 357 was, and Jasmine was saying that answers a lot of things. That answers a lot of things. He's homophobic, but he's homophobic because he like transsexuals. He like men. That's why he homophobic. Now it all makes sense. And Broadway was started telling her off. Now how would Broadway know? Jasmine, Broadway don't know. He don't know what Book doing, but you believe everything Broadway saying. He trolling you. But bless her heart, she don't know. When he blocked and banned Book, when Broadway did that, blocked and banned him, he said, "Now, Tulsa, you contact Twitch and get your money back." And then he bought somebody a membership. He donated a membership for whoever, somebody to take that place to us. Okay, now this live, Jackie. This was last night. Jackie, Big Baby, Jasmine, Bato, Buck, Mr. Houston, Jade, 88, Rain, and SD. Now you know how I told you guys the last time how SD was into it with Jade and Jade little boyfriend. SD was talking about pulling up, them to pull up and was gonna shoot them and gonna do such and such to him and kick, just go. He was gonna do all kind of stuff. And he been cussing Jade out. Like if she come in the chat, he been cussing her out, calling her all kind of bitches and everything. This been going on for months, okay? He can't be on the panel with her. He'll bow down, all that kind of shit. He been acting a goddamn fool with this woman for months, okay? And just last week or the week before, remember when Jade and 88 had to fight? He was glad. He was saying 88 kicked her ass. He was glad and all that kind of stuff. And him and the man was into it. Oh, it was just a goddamn mess. he wanted to kill. Okay, kill, shoot. He wanted to do the goddamn thing. What? Last night after we had been hit, Broadway had been live a while. SD and Jade hit that panel at the same time last night. SD was so goddamn happy. Ooh, he was in such a good mood. Cause when Jade and him hit that panel like back to back, I just knew SD was gonna go off. He was so goddamn nice. And him and Jay was talking nice to each other. I was saying, child, they was getting along wonderfully. And I was saying to myself, I know I ain't the only one seeing this shit. They asked and got back together. Cause SD do that kind of shit. He called that girl all out her name and everything else. When she got that little guy, he was wanting to kill the little guy. Just a mess. It been a mess, okay? Okay, now the last time they was all over there, they was ready to kill each other. But last night, they wasn't want to kill each other. They was so motherfucking nice to each other. Jade was so nice doing whatever SD told her to do. It was sickening, y'all. I done nodded off and woke up, and you know how I be doing on the lives at night. Well, when I woke up, because I had been asleep, when I woke up, Broadway, I thought he might have been getting ready to go off, which he was, but I hit the damn link. And me and him started talking. He said, "What I do now?" I said, "Broadway, you ain't did nothing." I said, "I just came up here to talk to you." And so I started talking about that bullshitting that SD had did. I was saying, "Am I the only motherfucker that seen this shit?" Probably said, "No, you ain't." Uh, Rob, SD, Jade and that boy done broke up. Okay, and SD them come over to Broadway's to prove a point because she was supposed to be contacting the board for him to come over there. I guess for SD to cuss him out. I don't know what for for Jade to cuss the boy. I don't know if y'all broke up. You just broke up. Well, let me tell you something. Jade had been trying to call. We didn't know who she was trying to call to get to come over to hit Broadway Link. Because SD was saying, yeah, call him. Send him the link, and this and that. And kind of find out it was for Jade ex-mayor to hit the link to come over there. But this is the goddamn kicker, y'all. YouTube ain't shit, okay? Jade was over there trying to get the man to come over. She was emailing him or doing whatever, calling him or whatever. Guess who he was on the phone with? The reason he didn't come when Jade wanted him to an SD, he over there trying to get in Jackie Penny. He talking to Jack. That's what you call moving on, ain't it? That was some funny shit. But they say the guy wound up hitting the panel, but I think I was asleep. I was asleep because that man didn't hit the panel when I was over there awake. That's one of my times when I went to sleep, okay? So I got to go back and watch that part of the video to see what happened. But Jackie was telling Jay he didn't come because he was on the phone with me. I gave him the link. I told him to come over here. No, I gave. Jack was saying, "Girl, That man was on. I was on the phone when you was sending him the link when you was calling him. I was saying, shut your mouth and keep on talking. Oh Lord Jesus Christ. That man done tried to go. That man done trying to go with Jackie. And then Mr. Houston, which is Isha's ex-husband, Mr. Houston was shooting his shot at Jay the whole time he was on the panel last night. But what he kept asking Jay, because he was talking about getting a motel, having a pool on the ceiling. I mean, on the balcony at the motel, and he was talking about all kind of shit him and Jay could do. But he kept going back and saying, Jay, what was that you said about them bumps around that boy that you was going with Mal? What was that? Because Jada said the man couldn't even laugh or nothing because he had all them bumps around his mouth. They were bust. They both be herpes and stuff. I was saying, oh my Lord Jesus. Oh my Lord Jesus. But honey, Mr. Houston, he heard everything that what that girl said that she gave that boy. She said she gave him herpes. And you trying to get with her. And SD glad to have her back. So he said she had herpes. He said she had bumps on her thing. He said he ate it with the bumps was on it. So I guess Miss Houston, you gonna eat it too? She said she had herpes. She said she gave it to that boy. And that boy had bumps all around his mouth and he couldn't even grin. He couldn't talk because them herpes bumps were bust. That's what she said over there at Broadway last time. I was live. I talked about it. You know what that girl said. You heard that whole conversation just like I did. Her and that boy was dragging the hell out of each other. And it got nasty. You heard the same thing I heard, Miss Houston. You willing to do that. See, I can't take there's some nasty shit over on here. These people have their eyes open, they know exactly what they get. Okay? And like they always say, what you see is what you get. Now I always said that when I was younger. What you see is what you get. You see me, I ain't no skinny woman. I ain't never been a little bit of skinny woman in my whole life. Like I said, when I was going out them clubs and stuff, what you see is what you get. Okay? You want a little bit, it ain't over here. That's as plain as I can get it. What you see is what you get. Uh, uh, uh. But yeah, SD was so goddamn nice. It was just sickening. And they was up there trying to act like they wasn't together. But they was grinning and shit. And you could hear they were so happy. They was up to no good, child. Jade and Big Baby got into it. Now, see, I went live on this a little bit in the morning because they was supposed to be gonna pull up. So I made an exclusive one of them little short videos that I make when I'm around and somebody getting into it. I told you guys, I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if they're gonna pull up. They say they're gonna pull up. They 5 minutes away. 1 minute they say they pulling up. The next minute they say they're not. DNSD, don't be going, Jay. Don't go, Jay. Don't go, don't see that. I told, don't go, Jay. And Big Baby, bitch, I'm gonna whoop your ass. You know, what's the addy? and they was doing all this and doing all that, but they didn't pull up. And big baby, I'm glad you did. You don't want to be in jail and your baby out here. And you said you weren't gonna do that no more. Royalty Rain and Mr. Houston got into it. And Royalty Rain, cause Mr. Houston is whining like a hoe about paying child support. And the baby ain't mad and this and that. What the judge had gave him when he was going through his divorce. Because if you don't want a divorce, you can dispute it. But you might get it and you might not get it in some cases. Or either they might tell you to go to counseling 6 months. And if it don't work, then we'll sign the decree and all. Sometimes it just depends. Well, when Isha and him was going to court, he signed off. He wasn't disputing nothing that Isha said. Whatever the judgment is, I'm gonna go by it. And on that the divorce decree, because Isha read it, she showed it and read it. It said that if he was like, it had a clause on there about if this you don't think this your baby, in so many words, it was telling you what to do. Well, he had a certain date to deny this child, and then they were going to do the next step, which is a turn test, the blood test, or not blood test, DNA. Well, he signed off on that. No, I ain't disputing nothing. But now he done turn around because Isha get I think like $600 and some dollars every 2 weeks. Now he crying like a hoe because he going to have to pay this till they kid get 18, something like that. You know why? Why cry now? That ain't my baby. You know that, baby. You had. It's too late. That's your baby. Now, if you want to go get a blood test, the DNA test. If you want to go do that, you can do it. It is what it is. But you gonna have to pay that money till that kid get grown. It's called child support, baby. And you had a chance. You knew they were gonna. You knew that that judgment. They had to calculate your wages to show how much you had to pay for your baby, and that's why you have to pay that $600 something every 2 weeks, and you're gonna continue to pay that every 2 weeks unless you get another job and you get paid every week. But however your work can go, that's how that baby gonna get paid. And if you don't pay, you gonna go to jail. It's that simple. I don't care how many bitches you call Isha, it don't matter. You went along with it. What you said you didn't want to go to court, you went along with whatever that judge said. You signed them papers and sent them in. So I don't know why you come back every month crying like a hoe about paying for this baby. You said it ain't yours. You the fool. You the fool. And if I was Isha, hell, if you want to get it, they'll swab it. I wouldn't care. But that ain't gonna stop that child support, baby boy. That degree has been signed and stamped by the judge. And Roger Rain got tired of hearing him talk about the child support and that baby ain't mine. That baby don't look like me. You know. Well, honey, she was dragging the hell out of him. And he was so mad at Roger Rain, honey. Ooh, he was going off on her. But she was going right back off on him. And I got my life. Another thing that came out on Broadway's live last night. That's the last thing. Um, Now this was earlier in the live. Uh, Jasmine said that Book had sent her $30 and told her don't never ask for anything else in your life. He went live too when Broadway was live. Like as soon as Broadway went live, Book went live. They say, I don't have Book page. You know, I don't know the name of his channel, but they was telling about how he was releasing receipts and this and that, and he said he had sent her $30 that day, which was yesterday. That's like $15 a kid, I guess. I don't know, but it wasn't for the. She needed it for like something else, and he told her not to ask for nothing else. Now, Book, you know you got to get that girl some money for your kid, and that's how a lot of guys get put on child support because the woman try to work with you, and you don't want to give them nothing. You don't want to get them. You don't want to buy. You know the kid got to have school supplies. You know they got to have school clothes. You know they got to have Christmas. You know they got to have birthday. You know they got to be out in the summer. They got to have money. They got to have supplies. They got to have shit. And if you don't help with the shit, it make the woman mad, and the woman go put child support on you. Now with me and my dad, my son dad, when I was pregnant, I didn't know how my relationship was going, if it was gonna last or not. Okay, so and I hadn't had a child in 15 years. Well, we was cool, and and I thought the relationship could last. This might be the person I might marry, especially after I got pregnant, and I was just looking all kind of ways. But one day, it was my daughter. I had my little boy, my baby, which he was small, and my baby's daddy. We went out, and he was buying shit. He was being real nice and stuff. And I told him I had to make a stop, and so I wanted to stop at the child support office, but I didn't tell him it was the child support office. I said, but I need to go in here real quick. And so I say, when we pulled up, I said, I need you to come in here with me. And he said, what is this? I said, just the child support office. I want to go in here and fill out for child support while you're here. I want you to, we're gonna go through this process. He said, why? I get don't I buy the baby everything? I said, yeah. I said, but we cool right now, but we might not be cool. Like if we break up, we might not be cool if we break up. So I want to have my safety net. You know, let's do this court order. You ain't gonna pay shit. They ain't gonna make you pay no whole bunch of money. So we did that. Everything was just smooth. And so, like I say, he kept doing what he was doing above and beyond for my son. He was doing everything he was supposed to do as a father and more, which he still doing, and the boy's big, grown now. But when we broke up, I had my safety net where I didn't have to struggle, worry about, really worry about nothing because I had that form of income coming in for my son. In case we had a bad breakup, which we did. It was a breakup, but it to me it went smooth. 'Cause like I told him, I say we cool right now, but if we break up, we might not be cool. It might not be easy. It might not be an easy breakup. I want to get all this shit out the way, where we could walk in here, you know, and handle this business. And that's how we did it. He didn't have a choice. Like I said, I told him we need to pull over right here. You know, we need to go. We need to stop. Pull up right here, and I need you to come in here. Where is this? This is the child support office. I need you to come here. Let's sign the paper. You say this your baby. You done signed the birth certificate. Why we can't go in here and handle this business? We cool right now, but we might not be cool. You know. So that's me. Hey, Bougie Bill Global. Hey, 1MBTV tuned up. Sure. Yeah, welcome. They all do. It's passing around. Yep, that's all they doing is passing around STDs. And don't forget, half the men they chase mess with trannies. That was that a big leisure around my Nestle Crunch. I started dating men. Mm. I let my man take a boo boo. Oh, now you being nasty. You being nasty, bougie. Bougie, you shouldn't be talking like that. I have 9 cars to follow my man if he cheats. They trolling. Put a man first. Yeah, y'all trolling, child. Watching from Cloud 9. You can be what you wanna be on Cloud 9. Hey, Rico. I think I'm gonna start sending gifts to people. Jasmine is beautiful. I'll be over there in that farm trolling there. I don't know what you're talking about. You talking about the Mo 3? I like Danny. I like Danny. Zoo is my brother too. You like Zoo? Me and Zoo, we had bumped heads when he first came over in the Mo 3 sector. It was over there at Captain's. He came up there and they was drag tagging him. You know how they do new people, and they was tearing his ass up. And it was so bad. I hit the link and I was trying to talk to him. I was gonna bring him over here to the beef sector because I thought they was too rough over him over the Mo 3 sector. But before I could start telling him anything, he started cussing my old ass out, talking about my ussy, talking about I stink, talking all kind of shit. Okay, lovely love. Hey, lovely love. But yeah, he called me all kind of name. But I got my revenge by seeing him get doxxed by Mia. She doxed his drawers off. China did too, but Mia did better. Hey, Dee. Hey, Kenny Lattimore. Let's straighten it out, baby. You have a good weekend too. Hey, Leon Wesley. I really don't drop down, but could you support me with the Nest Lunchable? Yeah, I'll support you. Yeah, I just wonder how that's gonna work out. Lovely love. Now I might not watch it because I don't really do that, but I usually watch when it's over to see who the winners are and stuff like that. But like for sitting there watching the competitions, I ain't. Mm-mm. Hey, soul sister. Hey, mad dog, no good. Hey, D and Diva. Hey, vibrant. Meet you black. Okay. Hey, Keisha Bishop. I think that's everybody. Just make sure. Hey, Erica. Loves me. Hey, Stacy Robinson. Hey, child. I think it was his lady's car, but she was sleeping with a drunk. Something wrong with her. I heard Tommy doing something with his dog. Uh, Stacy, he like his dog. That dog keep him company. Don't say that, cause I'm on over there at Tommy's right now. Cause I be over there partying, honey. He be playing some good blues. Hey, Callie, stop down in here. I'm gone, do tell. Okay, so stomp down. Stomp down. I have to come over there and drop down if you ain't got me blocked. Stomp down and came in here. Grand evening, Big Paulette. I recently received an email that you were allegedly stating negative things about me. I don't think you. Oh, stomp down. The only thing I have said about you is you don't fool with me and I don't fool with you. And both of us know it's because of Tracy. You know, but I don't be over there at your channel. I don't know your storylines and all of this, but I know you don't fool with me and I don't fool with you, Stomp Down. But you not a person that I got to really say nothing about it unless somebody asks me something about you. I don't never say nothing about you, Stomp Down. You should have asked them for the minute, the time stamp. When people ask you something that I said anything about you, ask for the time stamp so you can hear it for yourself. If a dog carry a bone, they'll bring a bone. And then you need to be able to tell me such and such said this, and you was on such and such panel, and you said this, Paulette. You know, but on like with you Stump Down, I remember if I was talking about you. You say you don't have no issues, just let you know. And I thank you for letting me know. But don't like I said, if somebody asks me about you Stump Down, I'll say he don't fool with me and I don't fool. He don't fool with me and I don't fool with him. And that's just as plain as I can say it. And like I said, you don't like me, because I've been with Tracy, and I like Tracy a whole lot, and but you and Tracy ain't talking about each other right now. So if I was gonna talk about you, I would do it on my channel because I could drag you on here, but I don't talk about you. I don't even report on your show because I don't watch it. I be hearing about you dragging and stuff over there, which I always know you can drag. You know, um, but I used to like you when you first came, get into the receiver and stuff. When you was over there on passes, I enjoyed that. But then it took a turn. You didn't like Tracy, and so you know how the old beef sector was. We made our lines, and they were not crossed. And you know how the old beef sector was. And if you like your content creator, you like your content creator, and you didn't frolic around other places a whole lot. Now I always did frolic. I roam free, but a lot of people did not roam free like me. I roam free over there in the Mo3 sector. I roam just like I roam over here in the black sector. When I want to roam over there, I don't be getting run out of lives and stuff, because I know how to act when I go into these places. I don't go in there acting like I run things. I don't go in there acting like I know everything about it. I don't do a lot of that shit which I see other people do, because I know the downside of that. You know, I see it over here in the beef sector. People from other sectors come over here and jump right in the middle of shit, which is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. And talking about what you don't like. What the fuck? It don't matter what you don't like. You know? And so, you know, it is what it is. Like I said, I ain't got nothing against your stuff down. But like if we come back out and you and Teresa get into it again, I'm going with my girl. You know, it is what it is. Yep, it is what it is. Hey, BK Batty. Yeah, it is what it is. Wait, is this his place or a motel? I don't know what you're talking about. I heard you in my sleep talking about Catherine Stowe. I ain't been on her too tough. Um, she's still doing the same shit over there talking about that man and his wife. You know, but they going on with their happy life and stuff. They can't be bothered. I got tired of listening to Catherine because just insane to the membrane. Now I heard her say she asked for a plate from their church picnic. Catherine, I see you didn't take your crazy ass over there. You crazy, but you wasn't crazy enough to go to that church picnic like you was the other year. You didn't take your ass over there to get put out. You act crazy and talk all that shit. You ain't that crazy. Catherine, look on my community wall. I got a video, a short you need to go look at. Anytime I see shit like that, I'm gonna put that up there on my wall, Catherine. But you go over there and look at that short. That's what you do. That's what you do, Miss Badass. Hey, money me. On that short I put on my wall, it's a lady that stood up in the church and she was going with the pastor and she was confessing it. I bet you don't do that, Catherine. I bet you ain't got enough balls to put on your pink dress and go and get that microphone at that man church and say that shit you be saying on YouTube in your pink dress. I bet you won't do that. Uh Catherine Badass. Your scary ass. I bet you won't do that. You want that to be your man. Yeah. Hey, Snoopy Tremaine. Hey, Crazy Joker. I want to thank you guys for coming up. Listen to me. That's all I got for y'all today. I gave y'all 4.5 hours. I think that's enough time. Okay. And I'm getting ready to get me something to eat. I'm hungry. I got a little peeling around I got to do too. I'll probably be in the cloud, have it up where I can hear it while I'm moving around. But I'm getting ready to jump up out of here. Ooh, cha. It's been a mess out here on the YouTube streets. I hope I caught y'all up enough. Ooh, cha. Oh, I'm gonna tell y'all this here. If you want a good laugh and to hear two ladies, that just gossip, gossip like me, go over there to Bertha May. Uh, she did a live yesterday. It was good. I watched half of it. I'm gonna finish it up when I get off for here. I'm gonna look at some replays today. Uh, but Bertha May and her, they have the best time, and they be talking about everybody in the beef sector, y'all, and they don't give a damn what they say, and I love it. Okay, I love hearing those two ladies talk. Um, I was scared they were gonna quit doing the show because I hadn't been seeing it. I thought it was gonna be once a week, but I think they're gonna be back on this schedule. But I think something might have came up. But I hope that they do not. Wait a minute. Yeah, I've been live 4.5 hours, four pieces. But that's another reason I'm gonna get out because like when I did that long live, I think it was like 10 hours, 8 or 10 hours, something like that. I got feedback and they people that they didn't like that. They let me know they didn't care for that. So I ain't gonna do that. Now I might do it sometimes because I'm thinking about starting to play some of Broadway stuff to let y'all hear like the highlights. I'm thinking about doing that, like getting minute marks of when they acting a damn fool, and I'm thinking about that, but I don't know. I don't know how that's gonna work out. But he said that as long as yeah, I do the marathons. But he said that if you're a member, that you could use his live. You won't get struck. And see, I'm a member, so I can go and use his live. But because some people they just play his whole live, and they getting paid off of Twitch like that. A lot of different people playing his lives, and you get paid for that. And see, I was thinking about starting to do that too. 4 pieces. Yeah, I've been on here for 4.5 hours, child, and I try to keep. I try not to have dead air and stuff. I just I try to keep it interesting, not too much dead air. You know, so that's just the way I do it. Hey, crazy stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get out of here. Ooh, child. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.